Called to order, and I would ask Senator Kolb to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Representative Conrad will say the prayer after that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our beloved Father in heaven, we're extremely grateful for this opportunity to gather together today as members of the Select Water Committee and those who are in attendance. May thy blessings and thy guidance be with us today as we discuss the matters of the state and those citizens and communities that are affected by our decisions. May thy blessings also be upon at this time Representative Eckman. We pray for his speedy recovery, his well-being and health, and we remember him and the great duty that he has accomplished for this committee. We recognize our opportunity to serve together today as members and communities of the state, our obligations, and we pray that thy spirit again will attend us this day as we deliberate, debate, and come to some sort of collaboration and cooperation as we discuss the matters of this committee. We ask for these favors and blessings in the name of thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Representative Conrad. All right, are we all ready on Zoom? I forgot to pause and make sure that everything was going all right. Are we set?
Yes, we are. We're live on YouTube.
All right, and do we have all of our members in on Zoom today?
We have Representative J.T. Larson, Representative Nyman, Representative Yin. And now we have Senator Larson.
Perfect. All right, Donna, then would you call the roll, please?
Senator Ellis.
Present.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Here.
Senator Kolb.
Present.
Senator Larson Dan.
Here.
Representative Conrad.
Here.
Representative Craigo.
Here.
Representative Larson J.T.
Here.
Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Vice Chairman Summers.
Here.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Here.
All present.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for making the trip and joining us on Zoom. Welcome to the Select Water Committee meeting and Happy New Year. Are there any amendments to our agenda this morning?
Madam Chairman, I would like to offer up an additional item for consideration by the committee. Just as a quick explanation, the Water Development Commission has received initial pre-approval of a $25 million federal grant to look at water infrastructure work and efficiencies and conservation measures in the Colorado River Basin. For those of the members of the committee, we also are looking at potentially additional funding through the Bureau of Reclamation, that the state may be administering part of those monies, and we need to just have a discussion of to make sure that the agencies have the ability to authorize to implement those federal programs. And then there's some potential expenditures that we need to discuss associated with that to provide those services for producers and water users within the Green River Basin of Wyoming. So if we could add that to the agenda.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adding that to the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
That has been added to our agenda. With that, welcome to the Water Commissioners from the Water Development. Thank you for being with us today. And welcome to Representative Western. And I thought I saw Senator Kinski, but there they are. Welcome to Select Water. We're glad to have you with us. With that, we'll go into our first topic. That is the commission action items requiring our review. And so Director Mead.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Senator Ellis.
I just wanted to say I brought donuts, and it's not limited only to members of the committee, but anyone in the public, please eat some donuts. Thank you.
Oh, you are wonderful. Thank you, Senator Ellis. All right. All right, you get a gold star, yep. All right. Director Mead, take us away.
Capital security will be down my way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first agenda item is a sponsor contingency fund request of our account 2 sponsor contingency funds. As you recall, at the November meeting, we had the Alkali Creek Irrigation District in front of us. They had applied, they've got a 2022 project that the bids came in higher than expected. and we're requesting additional funding from account 2 and a 1-year time extension. And in November, we recommended to grant the 1-year time extension, but to have the district go back, talk to the one bidder, talk to the engineers, look at some value engineering, see how they could adjust the project, and come back to us, and then we would consider the sponsor contingency funds instead. So the commission considered that yesterday. They had a favorable recommendation to proceed with that, but we wanted to provide it to this body too. So I would ask that the representatives from Alkali Creek Irrigation District and Bill Brewer with our construction department come up and explain that to the group real quick.
Chairman, committee,
Yeah, push it hard.
okay,
Welcome, Mr. Brewer.
welcome. I'd like to start out by having the district introduce themselves and describe their situation, and then we'll follow through with some of the work we've done at the office.
All right, go ahead, state your name and who you're with.
Thank you. My name's Paul Ward. I'm with Alkali Creek Irrigation District Board. Thank you for taking the time to see us. We are currently at 4,400 acres of irrigation ground. We have 103 users. Right now, we're just shy of $37 an acre on assessments. That's about the second highest in the state at the moment. We are coming forward to you guys to ask for this contingency money, and so we can get this project done with our main lift pumping station. Right now, it's approximately about a 70-year-old infrastructure, and we're just wanting to replace pumps and some piping and the building and some, of course, all the electrical.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So the engineer has worked pretty diligently with the contractor, that was the low bidder, and with the office, our project manager, and through myself, to basically cut this project down to what's the core of the project to meet the main intent of the work. Some of this other work will need to eventually be done. Looks like they may have some other grant funds that will take care of their diversion structure. But we may see them back eventually for the relift pump station that we're cutting out. But this main pump station basically supplies water to the entire district. It's 70 years old, the pumps are wore out, they're obsolete, and parts are not possibly fine. They often have to have the parts machined. So this is just, it's end of life. And that's kind of what we're here for, is to help with end of life situations on these structures. And normally we would look at matching the contingency funds with the percentage that we awarded for the original project, which was a 67% grant and a 5% loan. They also have $2 million in Bureau Reclamation money for this project. That is the maximum Bureau Reclamation money for this type of project. So originally, we were looking at a 67-33 contingency. However, that would nearly double the district's loan payment. It would go from around $20,000 a year to approximately $39,000 a year. So we looked at going with the maximum grant of 75%, 25% loan. That's still going to raise their annual payment to $34,000 a year, but that's a $5,000 a year savings on a 4,400 acre district. That's going to be better than $1 an acre when they're already the second highest assessment in the state. So I think that buck an acre is important to try to keep in line. Throughout this project, like I say, they have eliminated everything that could possibly be eliminated and keep this functioning the way it's intended. And with this, we will be in budget, and they are continuing. They spent most of yesterday talking to different people for other grants and other funding sources to bolster up this project. So I think we're in good shape, and this is a good project to move forward.
All right, are there any questions? Representative Conrad, I'll let Representative Summers go first, and then you'll be next.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I, as I read through this, I really appreciated the fact you looked at ways to save some money. I think that's really important. And the explanation on the loan payment is good, and maybe, I don't know if is that in the document, is the whole explanation of that, the reason you went from a 67% to a 75%, is that in this document?
It's not really explained in the document. It's just showing that what the figures are being presented.
And I think it would be good to get us that in a little explanation. And so just so everybody knows, I'm going to be asking lots of questions because I got pressed by my appropriations committee to understand particularly the local matches and why it may be different from normal matches. So, thank you.
All right, Representative Conrad?
Madam Chair, thank you. A question as it relates to the letter respectfully is Alkali Creek Irrigation District. The letter from Mr. Matt Brown. I'd like to ask a question in terms of paragraph 3.
Mr. Matt Brown.
Let me know when you have that in front of you.
We have it in front.
Great, thank you. The question resides in, as I mentioned in paragraph 3, it says the sole bid was obviously 50% above the engineer's opinion of cost. Now, that inquiry was made, as it notes here in the letter, that they requested for not submitting, and there's a number of reasons there. My concern or question specifically is, the lack of response is not surprising since most potential bidders would not want to reveal any creative ideas that they had about our project in the event that it might be rebid. Is this a strategy that we're seeing from other contractors as they bid on items to hold back or wait?
No, I wouldn't say it's a strategy. I just think some of these assumed that because it was so high, that possibly we would go out for bidding. Bureau of Reclamation, as kind of their side, had agreed to cut down the project. They preferred that we did not rebid. They said they have not been seeing any more favorable bids by rebidding, and generally costs have been going up. I'm always concerned when we only have a sole bidder of where that bidder was. But Bureau had requested it, we went through it, and we didn't see that there was anything outrageously overbid based on the current situation. So we decided to try to negotiate with the sole bidder and get this project within reason.
Great, thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
With that being said, we've talked about the systemic issue with regards to only one bidder or two bidders. I guess the real question is, how are we so off as it relates to 50% above the engineering's opinion?
I believe there was some concern with housing in the area and cost of bringing in crew, that this bidder assumed crew was going to cost a lot more to complete this project than maybe the engineer had anticipated. That was one idea. There's no way to always understand why a bidder came in higher as far as certain items. Some of the work that we did rework and eliminate was because of winter concrete. Two of the structures we were looking at that we've taken out of the project at the moment would have needed to be constructed during the winter. The main pump station we will be able to construct during the summer because we're completely replacing the pump station. So we did get some cost savings by eliminating some of that other work.
And my final follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
It's just a little alarming to see a demonstrable shift of 50% above a contract, or more importantly, a bid. When you have one bidder, the optics do not appear favorable from my perspective.
I would agree.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You had mentioned that the district's going to take on another $34,000 of debt a year for this upgrade. What does that mean per user? Well, you know, how much are we talking about for the average user? What does that mean in that context?
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So Obviously, we said that was 4,400 acres. And so we're looking at about a $8 to $9 raise on our assessments. Now, is that what you're asking about? Or,
Madam Chair, yeah, yes. What does this mean? I mean, you're currently paying a certain rate.
Yeah,
right?
$37.
And it's going to go up because of the debt service you're going to take on. What does that mean, I guess, per acre of extra cost or that cost to the users in the district?
well, so I guess we are primarily grass or, grass, alfalfa, small grains producers in the district. So it's not really a cash crop and not a high cash crop. So it's gonna be a significant amount of money for us to come up with. Like I said, $8 to $9 an acre in assessments is addition. So we're looking at 37 to about, $46, $45 to $46 an acre. Does that answer your question?
Madam Chair, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah, and I would comment that is a lot of money for an assessment. So, Senator Guru.
One side. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I apologize.
My name is Paul Ward.
Mr. Ward, thanks. Just a question, I want to hear it from you. Now, we've cut this project quite a bit down, and I know we've done the value engineering and all that. I want to hear it from you. Your board's okay with this? As far as I know, as this good chairman just said, it is a lot of money per acre. So are you getting the bang for the buck that your district needs with this, with the cut down in scope?
Yes, in my opinion, yes, we are. Here's a few things that we're looking at. One is, this is probably, so this is a $7 million or better project, and the bids came in at about 9.8 for the whole system. So it's the biggest part of the project. If we do not have this project done, we're looking at a huge cost in trying to upgrade on our own because of the infrastructure being so old. We looked at alternates to try to get this down to where we could afford it, try to get other ideas. If we do not have this water system, obviously our appraisal price for this land will go down because it's not irrigated anymore. We kind of need this. We really need to have this project with this main lift station done so we can provide water for the users, land value, crops, and then we can come back with other sources of funding. Like I said, we're looking at NRCS, FSA money already. We're applying for other grants to get these other projects done. So we're not quitting on this project. We need to get it done. But we're just trying to get this main huge part of this project done. And so, yes, it is definitely worth the effort.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you. And I do want to thank you guys and commend you on getting all of your letters of support from your local legislators like we had asked everyone to do. So thank you guys for that. So any further questions? All right. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Oh, Director, would you like to speak on that?
Madam Chair, I think you're going right where I was going with the amendment to the agreement.
Okay. So what, do you have proposed language or just could we approve the motion to amend the agreement to concur with the select water committee or the commissioner's recommendation?
Madam Chair, I think that would be fine. You could state in the amount of $1 million from the account to sponsor contingency fund.
Okay, did you get that, David?
So, Madam Chair, so we move Amendment 1 to project agreement for Alkali Creek Irrigation District System Improvements 2022 that we have here before us. It's document RM010524/F.
Perfect. I'm glad you had that. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That amendment has passed.
Thank you.
All right, next we will,
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just a process question. Was this project then not in the bill? Because I don't remember. I just remember in the cheat sheet for the bill, it was in the cheat sheet, so I assumed it was in the bill.
Madam
not.
Chair, Representative Summers, this was not in the bill. This was a project from 2022. And again, we're using our sponsor's contingency fund, which is not in the bill.
Further legislative authorization.
Just authorization.
Yeah.
That's right, just authorization to spend that money on that particular project.
Gotcha.
Madam Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator
one
Hicks.
question for the director. So what's that leaving the balance in the sponsor's contingency fund?
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, there was 3.23 million, and so minus the million would be about 2.2 million left in account 2. And we've got roughly 5.4 in account 1 sponsors contingency.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is everyone clear on what we just did? Then, that we've been working with the sponsors contingency fund all year, and so as we go forward, that will become more clear. With that, we'll proceed on to the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Main Extension.
Madam Chair, as you recall, in November, there was quite a bit of discussion about this project. The city of Sheridan received funding for the pre-construction, so that would be the design, easements, permits, all that stuff. In 2023, they requested funding for construction this year. Our office recommendation was do not fund at this time just because they're still working through design and easements. However, we know that's going to be a demand on our program here in the near future, potentially as soon as next year. So the Select Water Committee was considering potentially trying to fund that through general fund. And at the November meeting, you requested the city of Sheridan come back and provide some more information to you at this meeting. So we have them here today, and I will hand it over to them to introduce themselves and provide that.
All right, thank you. Who would like to be first? All right, go ahead and state your name and who you're with, and
Yes, I am City Councilman Terry Weitzel, and our Utilities Director Dan Roberts is with me to answer any technical questions you may have. And then also Senator Kinski is with us, and he would like to make a presentation to you. Oh, and Cyrus Western is here too.
welcome. Thanks for being here. So whoever of you would like to lead off, we usually go to legislators first, but if you would like to go first, that would be
This is
wonderful.
my city councilman, I'll defer to him.
All right, that's wonderful. Go right ahead.
First, I want to thank Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and committee members. I would like to thank you for having us here regarding the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Main Extension. First, the City of Sheridan would like to thank you for the Level 3 grant that was approved by the WWDC in November 2022 for design engineering and easement acquisition. Our project design is more than 50% done, with the obtainment of one easement and a verbal commitment with actual signing imminent for the second easement. Contrary to testimony from few community members who are in opposition to the project, there is much public support for the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Main Extension. County Commissioner Christy Haswell sent, and she's also the chairman of the Sheridan Area Water Supply Joint Powers Board. She just recently sent an email to Senator Kinski in support of this project. We also have an endorsement letter here from Dixie Johnson, who is the CEO of the Sheridan County Chamber of Commerce. This project is essential to address Sheridan's growing population and aligns and supports our utility master plan. Our housing is in very short supply. We have developers who have purchased land along the East Fifth Street corridor. The first phase can be accommodated by existing water capacity. However, Phase 2 cannot be accommodated without the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Extension. Thank you for your time and consideration of this much-needed project.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Wetzel? Questions? Senator Hicks?
So, Madam Chairman, a couple questions, but to start out with, you started with the discussion of the easements. And so, having served on this committee for a number of years, this has always been a hang-up for a lot of projects. And so A verbal agreement is not an agreement. It's saying that we're going to have a discussion about the cost of the easement, the time frame, the survey, and all of that stuff. So that gives me pause to start with until the easement's in place. I mean, we've had projects literally that are 6 years waiting for easements to be perfected. And so tell me about the nature of this verbal agreement, and please provide me some timeframes for when you have a reasonable expectation that this easement may be perfected.
Okay, as of yesterday, this verbal agreement was solidified, and it is my understanding, Senator, and committee, we will have a signed agreement within the next couple weeks. And this is something that we just learned yesterday.
Follow up?
All right, yeah, thank you. So that helps looking at, because once that easement is placed, once the engineering and stuff, then the project could potentially move forward. So and it mentions in the letter here from the chamber about affordable housing. So my understanding, this is outside the city limits, is that not correct?
It was, we have, taken it into the city here recently, this last year. And so it is now part of the city.
So it has been annexed.
It has.
Okay.
So it's no longer subject to zoning. So even under the annex, and you talk about the need for affordable housing, what guarantees are there within the annexation now that that's going to, just because it's annexed into the city doesn't mean you can't go build very high-end housing that's outside of the need for what you're, so what's the guarantee that that's going to happen with the developers and within the city plan and the ordinance to design, quote, affordable housing versus because of the amenities that Sheridan provides, there's a high demand for high-end housing also. So what guarantees do we have that this is going to satisfy what your stated need is?
Well, as you well know, Senator and committee members, at this phase, it's impossible to have guarantees. I mean, the developer has come to us, with a plan. The first phase, they're going to be very small lots. They're going to be townhouse-style housing that's going to be put in. That's going to be both for sale and also for rental. So there's also a huge demand in Sheridan for affordable rentals. And the presentations that they've given us, this meets that need that we have.
All right, thank you.
All right, Senator Carew.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilman, good morning. Just to take off on Senator Hicks's question, you say you have a plan in front of you, but what kind of total number of units are you is this plan looking at, contemplating?
Oh, it's quite a few. The first phase is quite a few because it's, how much?
How many?
150. Thank you, Dan.
All right, any further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, who would like to be next? Oh, Senator Kolb, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question about zoning. I mean, is this platted, I assume, this area? So what is the zoning type out there, for density? I mean, has this, I don't know anything about it, so I'm just asking an open-ended question to kind of give a better picture about just what the potential growth is out there and the kind of growth out there.
Madam Chair, I believe I can answer that to the best of my ability. The zoning is currently a B2 zone for the area that was annexed into the city. And phase one is being presented to city council as we seek as a planned unit development. It's in planning commission review now, so they're establishing specific zoning or particular types of uses within that PUD style of development. So it'll be a mix of single family, multifamily, and some lots will be actually commercially zoned.
I'll follow up.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just to help everybody else out and myself, what is B2? I mean, I don't know if there's a uniform code. I understand what it is in Sweetwater, but I don't know what it means in Sheridan County.
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb, I apologize. B2 is a business zoning, so it's basically a commercial zone in Sheridan, but it allows multifamily style of development.
All right, are there any further questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead, Senator Hicks.
So I'm just, Madam Chairman, I'm just trying to look through the map here. So with the Sheridan Northeast transmission extension, that only goes to the stuff that was annexed by the city. It does not then go further outside of the annex into the SAWS areas. Is that correct or not?
Dan?
It goes through private property that's presently in the county. Adjacent to is the annexed area, and so it connects on what we refer to as East Ridge Road on one end in the city limits and Kitterling Road across the interstate at its terminus. And so that crosses private property that's in the county. It's in what we refer to as the urban service area. So that is providing supply to all that, we'll call it zoned area. We have the joint land use plan, city-county joint land use plan. I believe I provided some information, just background information. Hopefully it got to you in your packets to explain that a little bit. But currently the area adjacent to this transmission line is currently zoned in that land use plan and the county zoning as for urban residential. And then that transcends out into further into the county, all the way out to the limits of the water service area into rural residential as well. So this has the capacity and potential to serve that entire area. I mean, projected it's around 1,500 acres or more of potential service area.
Well, Madam Chairman, just to follow up on that. So it has the potential to service more than just the annex land.
Absolutely. It's part of the master plan, so it's really intended to serve the area as planned in the master plan, which is out to the water service area boundary, which is well out into the county as well.
So, Madam Chairman, so a follow-up, the next logical question comes back is I'm not seeing the letter for SAWS here supporting the project. I think there was a reference by Councilman Weisel that Senator Kinski's been in contact. Maybe we'll find that out. But because it does transverse sort of the land under the jurisdiction of the Joint Powers Board and has potential to serve, it would be nice to, in my position, is have a letter of support from them saying that we agree with this from a standpoint that it's part of the pipeline is actually going to be under their jurisdiction, or at least within their jurisdiction of their service area. Is that, am I missing that or not?
Well, let me, I'll just speak frankly about the situation why SAWS didn't endorse this at this time. We rescinded the grant in November that all of you are aware of. And there was some poor communication between us and the county commissioners. And be frank, they're upset about it. And so they chose, along with one of our council members, not to endorse this. But the other two people on, or the other three people on the SAWS Water Board were supportive of this.
So, Madam Chairman, that's helpful, but that's, it's a board and it's a
what
makeup,
happened.
and, we have this process where they vote on these things and stuff. So it's not, so is there any formal position that SAWS has taken associated with, as a board, either opposed or against the project?
Well, I just told you that Christy Haswell, who's the chairman of the SAWS board, is in favor, or is in support of this. So is our mayor, who's on the SAWS Water Board, and so is Councilor Lumen, who's a city council member, and they're in support of this. I had a discussion with the two county commissioners that were opposed to this at this time on Tuesday. They reassured me that in the future they would be supportive of this.
Are you good? Okay. Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just back to the transmission line. Obviously, the engineering on the transmission main is going to be sufficient to handle it beyond this subdivision and could handle stuff in the Saws area, right? So you've engineered it for substantially more than what your current estimated need is, right?
Madam Chair, that is correct. It's engineered as part of the master planning process, which you funded and we completed in 2019. When it sizes and the capacity in these transmission systems, it's to serve to the projected water service boundary, which in this case is well out into the county, out to the limits of the water system.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess clarity on this Board of County Commissioner issue, and the commissioners have not approved this, right? Is that correct? Okay.
Go ahead.
They have the ability, though, to stop this project then, because if they don't allow this to go through county land, that's the end of that. You can't override that. I mean, from my history and knowledge. So I guess my concern is you don't have any agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for a chunk of property that you have to cut through within the county to complete this project. So I'm not reassured by folks will change their vote. So to be clear, though, you do not have any agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for this project, like, for utilizing, and particularly the right-of-way or the ability to install this line, even though it'll be owned by the Joint Powers Board, Saws, I assume. They have not given any, I guess, agreement to that ability. I mean, is that right or wrong? I'm just trying to really understand this now on what you can and can't do without Board of County Commissioner approval. That's my big question, I guess. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Roberts, did you want to take that, or?
Madam Chair, I'll take a stab at that one. The property in question is privately owned. They are residences in the county. So that's why acquiring the easements are required to install this pipeline. The intent is this would be, and city as the sponsor of this grant would own and operate this transmission line. So we'd be the owners of it, not Saws. It has a potential and capacity to serve out farther into rural areas that would potentially be Saws customers. But this would be a city-owned and operated and maintained system. And the city is sponsoring the match to any potential grants presently. The county's ability to stop it, I don't know of anything we have in place that would require the county to approve it other than goodwill and support for a local project. This project is within the urban service area, and that's the agreed upon area by which urban growth is identified both jointly for the city and the county. So the intent there is that it would support that style of growth. So I don't know how to answer that any more succinctly than that.
All right, we'll do a follow-up on that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so to that question about the county's authority, I can assure you they do have that authority because I was a county commissioner. That's why my concern was coming from. That's their core, that's their area. That's their area of what they, just like you have in the city, the county's their area. So I'm concerned that, I wouldn't want the project stopped because the Board of County Commissioners, I don't know, are upset about something, and I don't know if they are or they aren't, but you indicated there wasn't any consensus that was in agreement with this, and that concerns me, and it still concerns me. Because private ownership within the county is irrelevant to the county jurisdiction over those lands that are within the county, all right? You need it, but the county still, I guess I'm speaking from Sweetwater, but if they have zoning regulations and regulations in place, then they are a part of it, and I just was wanted to get some clarity. Thank you for doing the best you could do on this, and I understand they're a different entity than you are. I was just trying to understand it, but thank you for what you've said.
All right, Representative Summers has a question.
Madam Chairman, well, it's more of a statement. All I know is if I had a water line and I was gonna run it through my neighbor to another neighbor, all I have to talk really to is to get an easement. There's no county commissioner approval to move. I mean, think of all the oil pipelines we have out there. County commissioners don't approve of those pipelines that go through private property. So I can't imagine that'd be the case with this either. But for Director Mead, I had a question. So obviously, you know, if we were to put this in, we could put it in under general fund money. And then when would, you know, let's say they didn't get that easement, then ultimately the general fund money just flow back if it'd revert after time. So what's the process for example, and what's happened in the past? I know we've had extensions, obviously, we've amended bills. But that's a decision for another time, right? Will there be a deadline? So if we put this into place, for example, would there be a deadline to get the project done? And then if there was a needed extension, it would have to be approved again? Just go through that process for me because I'm new.
Madam Chair, Representative Summers, typically on our construction projects, we would put a 5-year reversion date from the time the money becomes available. So it would be July of 2029, if I remember correctly on this one. Being this is slightly unique, if you chose to fund it with general funds, you could put whatever reversion date you wanted in there, but our standard practice is 5 years. And then at that point in time, typically it would say any unexpended funds would revert. So you would have to come back through the legislative process to extend that. There's some language that the LSO has suggested putting into this construction bill to be consistent with the rest of their language in other agencies, which says unexpended or unobligated, which technically means if it's within an agreement and obligated, that entire amount of money, then it would not revert. If you had $2 million and only 1.5 was obligated, potentially $500,000 could revert. So in the future, if you guys agree with the language in the construction bill, wouldn't necessarily have to come back and do those amendments to extend reversion dates, which would be a more efficient process overall, probably.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, thank you. But if we wanted to have a hard date, if the committee is concerned about that approval or that right of way access easement, then we could put a hard date and anything would revert, right?
Madam Chair, yes.
How long, just a question to the bringers of it, how long do you think this project's gonna take if you get funded?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would say this project is a one construction season project, just because of the nature of it. It's going across open land, so it would, if we were able to go to construction, let's say in July of the summer, it could potentially be completed by the end of the construction season, or the early spring of the following.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one thing.
Yes.
Part of our construction agreements require that there's a title of opinion before notice to proceed is given. So that would guarantee that the easements, permits, everything else would be in place before that money could be spent.
All right, Senator Carew.
Councilman, one last question. And I know this is going to be a bit of a leap of faith here, contemplate this. As you move down the road with this developer, does the town contemplate looking to them to help defray some of these costs on this water line? Or is this going to be an economic development deal for the city? Or how do you see that playing out? I know it's an opinion and it's just yours, but you seem like you're pretty much in the know.
Yeah, I see them, I mean, they're going to be putting in a lot of infrastructure. I don't believe, do we have any type of agreement with them that they would be paying a portion of this transmission? We don't for the transmission line, so.
All right. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
believe that Senator Kinski wanted to make a presentation and some comments, if
That
that's
is
okay with
where we
you.
were headed next. I know we need to get him back upstairs to appropriations, so
Thank you.
go ahead,
David,
Senator
could you put that-
Kinski.
Go ahead and put that up.
So, Madam Chairman, I would just, if I would, I just counsel the city councilman, always be careful who you bring before the legislature.
Thank you. David Hopkinson's going to put up just a brief PowerPoint, but I do want to I want to say something to Representative Nyman. We have a piece of exercise equipment like that at home, like the one behind you. Ours is covered with clothing though, so evidently you use yours more than we do.
Senator Kinski, I would love to agree with your statement, but no, that is actually used for drying clothing. So yes, sir.
I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on the what I refer to as
Microphone on, Dave? We can't hear you very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Dave Kinski of Wyoming Senate, Sheridan and Johnson counties. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on this East Fifth Street corridor project because it's been about 20 years in the making. The year before I was elected mayor, we had a city council where the 3 city councilmen just were bomb throwers. And when I ran, those 3 were out, and I was blessed with 3 more who actually wanted to get some stuff done. And the city and the county did not get along, and I ran saying that we would change that. They had not had a joint master plan in 30 years. And I called actually Jim Hicks and said, looks like you guys have a love fest going over there in Johnson County. What are we doing wrong? And he said, well, these things kind of wax and wane. He said, the key is to get some plans in place that can survive a bad mayor or a fractious county commission. And so what I used to tell my council and my staff is, controversy kills, consensus thrills. And we're going to put into place a plan and a process that helps build consensus within the community. So you don't have, as I saw with the prior mayor, a Main Street project that has to go through, and at the last meeting, 2 people show up and kill it. And it was a project that should have happened, and we're paying a price to this day. So the idea is to do consistent outreach to the public when you put these plans together. So our current plan is called Thrive 2035. And next slide, please, Dave. I assembled something called the Economic Development Task Force. Now that was 15, 16 years ago. It survives to this day. This is still the process by which we do planning in this community. You'll see key stakeholders that are pulled together. You'll notice in the lower left-hand corner, Sheridan County and the city of Sheridan. So these plans have been voted on year after year, council by council, commission by commission, and approved. The next one, please, Dave. Here's the process that we go through. A community survey, listening sessions, work sessions, town hall sessions, to make sure that we've got buy-in from a critical mass of the community for all our plans. Next one, Dave. A key part of Thrive 2035 is economic diversity, and you'll see there that we have called out specifically the East Fifth Street development. Next slide, Dave. This thing is very comprehensive. The themes, planned growth is at the top of the list, and Sheridan is still engaged in that. Go to the next one, intentional planned growth. You will notice there the 2020 County Comprehensive Plan. That's the City County Comprehensive Plan. So from 30 years of never agreeing on one, we have had one in place continuously since I was mayor. And it's voted on by the county commission. It's voted on and approved by the city council year in and year out. A key part of that is going back to August 2014, the next slide, the Northeast Sheridan Infrastructure Project, which is also called the East Fifth Corridor. And this is everything in Sheridan that is east of the interstate. And the origin of it is that we had already grown west. We were targeting growth north. You couldn't go south because you're growing along the Goose Creeks and they were already impaired. That left east. So we wanted to plan for broad scale greenfield development. So, and then the other thing that kind of drove it is a realtor who told me, she said, land in Sheridan's expensive, but once you get out of the view shed of the Bighorns, it gets cheap pretty fast. And so this is not the Powderhorn. We are now at where I was when I was mayor. There were 20 vacant lots when I was mayor. We've got about 24 lots under $100,000 on the market.
Go to the next slide, and what this shows is what we've done over a period of years. Initially, if you look on the left, you'll see that line, that's the interstate. And that was the limits of the city. And so the first thing you have to do, and we did this in concurrence with the county, is you have to extend what's called the urban services boundary. That's DEQ, that's EPA. You have to say, here's where we are targeting growth, and we want to extend the potential service area for water and sewer beyond the city limits. And this is incorporated in city-county master plan, that this is due to become urban area. And we put together our first detailed engineering specs in 2014. August is when the report came out. I was sworn in July. So we had started this years before that. And the reason I want to go through that is because it was so important that we be able to build that critical mass of support so that you don't end up with, one fractured body deciding that they're going to walk on something that's previously been approved, or a couple of axe grinders showing up at a meeting. I want to be able to demonstrate to you, this has been in the works for a long time, and this has buy-in from the entire community. So it's 1,600 acres. The immediate project is only 200 acres. That's been annexed. We have not annexed the rest of the land because it was my policy as mayor, and it continues to this day. We do not force people to annex first because they have to pay higher property taxes. If you've got land adjacent to the city and you're angling for development, we have conversations with you, but we're not going to say you have to annex first and then we'll have the conversation. This is how planned growth works. So this was originally slated as urban residential. So the SAWS versus the city. The SAWS agreement is about that thick. But for years now, we've been building infrastructure. Some goes through the city, some goes through the county. When it's annexed into the city, it becomes city property. That's all been worked out. That's all been resolved as part of the contract. It just happens. The developer, what is their contribution? And again, I'm on the margins of it. I try to help out, but I'm not the mayor. I don't try to step on too many toes. But I have been talking to the developer, and I've been talking to the property owners for years. The developer is interested in donating land for affordable housing on the Teton County Housing Trust model. So the county and the city have jointly given $2 million to an affordable housing council. They're trying to build a model for a land trust. And the developer has said, here's our contribution. So the city and the county haven't worked that, the city and the council haven't worked that out yet. They're still trying to find their way on it. If it's not land in lieu of infrastructure, the developer will make some kind of contribution. I don't know what it is, but it's never been the policy to make developers pay for the transmission lines. Okay? It's reasonable to ask a developer, there's the transmission line, you have to pay to hook into it, get it to your subdivision, and run it throughout your subdivision. But we don't make developers pay for an entire transmission line. It would kill all development. I don't know what else. Let me see, the conditions were greater than 50% engineering. That's been satisfied. The other one was the easements. If you go to the last slide, this is what the email I got from this gentleman. He's been overseas for 2 months. My attorney is reviewing the documents now, but I believe we're in broad agreement regarding going forward. I anticipate we'll be able to have signed documents within 2 to 3 weeks at the latest. I had the city administrator get a hold of him. First, I contacted his brother. We need your brother. This is going on. So his brother responded and said, okay, we're working on it. I didn't realize that this thing was that time urgent. And so we reached him overseas and he said, no, we're in with the easement. So, I mean, if you put a reversion on it that you don't have to have the final easement within, 2 to 3 weeks. I don't think lawyers do anything in 2 to 3 weeks. Sorry, Mary. But, maybe if you want to put a contingency on it, I think that would be fine in terms of some certain date that you've got to have that final easement in place. That makes all the sense in the world. So I just wanted to go through that because it just pains me to see a project potentially hinked up because there was a fracture between the city failing to notify these commissioners that a project that they cared about was going to be canceled because of cost overruns, because of 3 people for the community that don't like it. This is such longstanding, and it is so critically needed for Sheridan. We are out of inventory for land. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator.
So a couple of questions and observations and stuff. And so I agree with you. These processes should be in place, and you guys have done a good job about, there's always going to be obstructionists out there for everything, but there's some fundamental difference between an obstructionist and another branch of government, whether it be county commissioners or a joint power board that are statutory authorized as subdivisions of state government. And so nobody wants to stop the ability to Sheridan. So my understanding of the issue is that what really came down to is there was another project on the plate that was deemed to be very beneficial to the SAWS customers because of a leaking pipeline, and because of that leaking pipeline, they were paying for that lost water in the system. So getting back to the discussion, so obviously that created a rift when the city decided to shift that because there was a perception that that was leaving them, SAWS customers, with higher rates because of the leaking pipeline that they're paying for, whether that's the perception that as I understood it. And so by saying, well, we're not going to use that money for that project because of the expense, which was a reasonable alternative to go through. How is that issue going to be addressed? Because it seems to me like if you can address the issue of the cost for the rates associated with the loss and the system that offsets that, is that, it gets back to collaborative planning and knowing that we're going to address their issue and get people on board and support the projects across the board. Where are we at with that whole issue? Because that seemed to be, to me, the crux to the real issue. This is collateral damage, as I see it, associated with the withdrawal of that and say, that's not a priority for the city anymore. We run the system. You guys are just going to suffer those losses in the system, and you're going to pay for those losses. So how is that going to be addressed? Because I think that's a reasonable request back to the city as the administrator of the entire system. How are you addressing their concerns?
Senator Steinmetz, Senator Hicks, I'll just tell you what I know the SAWS policy is because I was on the board. I think there's 2 things going on. First is the county commissioners cared about that project because it looped around the airport. It's their airport. And the cost overrun went from $4.5 million to $11 million. They should not have learned about that on the radio the next morning. A phone call, and Mr. Roberts, the city administrator, mayor, have all accepted responsibility. We should have given the heads up that they didn't have to, that the first news of that should not have been on the radio. And so, sadder but wiser we. When I was on the SAWS board, and I'm sure it's still the case, we had a policy for adjusting bills for leaky pipes. It would happen, and we would just adjust a customer's bill. And so I don't know I don't know enough about this leak and whether customers are paying too much, but it ought to be a fairly easy adjustment for the board to make.
Dan, do you want to address that?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, the leaking pipes or the transmission line that's in question that the city returned the grant for reasons Senator Kinski described is the pipe is not leaking. The city owns that line. It operates and maintains that line. So nobody better than us know the condition of the pipeline and what it takes to maintain it. So really, we know if it's leaking. We have pressure PRVs along that line that we know if we have pressure losses, if there's a leak. And frankly, we fixed a number of leaks on that line over its history. The city has just as much interest in its continual functioning of that line as SAWS does. It supplies water to all of our customers. So we'll continue to operate and maintain that line to a very high standard, and it'll serve its intended purpose. There's just been a lot of misconception about our ability to do that. And I don't know really where that's coming from. And it really is a matter of, that was a $4.5 million project. It made a lot of sense to do it at that cost at that time. 11.3 million, it was a matter of reassessing, is the value of what we're trying to accomplish here worth that amount of money? Can we get more useful life out of that line, continue to maintain it? And that's really where the decision was made. It was with the best intentions to be fiscally responsible and good stewards of our resources.
So, Madam Chairman,
Go
we need to
ahead.
move this along,
Yep.
but just one quick question on that issue. So what was the purpose of the original $4.5 million? My understanding, the request is because it's aging infrastructure and it's starting to have leaks, and now you're telling me there's no leaks on it. But it was identified through that level 1, level 2 process that we go through with the state as needed to be replaced. Because of the cost, we pulled it back. So you're telling me now there's not a problem with it?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, big difference between leaks and leaking. And so it's not leaking. It has had some leaks on it in the past, which we've repaired. And we've even replaced critical sections of it. But there's other pipelines in the system that have a much higher leak rate than this transmission line in question. So it was identified because it has had a history of it. It is in an area that has been prone to corrosive soils and has, so the projection is it's 40-some years old. It makes sense to maybe replace this line because you're gonna have to do it at some point in the future. Then cost really gets into, is that a good thing to do at the present? Cost has to weigh into that decision-making. But it's not leaking now. I don't anticipate that it's gonna, if it leaks, we'll fix it. We can continue to do that for quite a long time. A 47-year-old pipe isn't really that old in the age of pipes. They can go 100 years.
Senator Steinmetz.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, Senator Steinmetz, Senator Hicks. We put into place years ago what's called a capital improvement plan. We hired a company. I told the engineers, I said, you're great engineers, but we need a financial person to tell us how to run this system and get a plan. So they inventoried all of our assets, ages, condition, put together a capital improvement plan that goes out for 25 years, I think. And so what you're trying to do is, as you know, you want to fix the road before it falls apart. And so this was just coming up as due to get ahead of it and streamline it before it got to the point of critical failure, which it's still got years to go. And so once it hit that 11 million, it's like, okay, put this on for later, right? And so that's where that came in.
All right. Any further questions? We're getting ready to, all right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. And if we have any further questions, we'll bring you back up.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Yes, thank you. Have a
Yeah,
good
thank you
day at
very much.
appropriations. All right. So Director Mead, could you explain specifically the ask on this and then what the commission has recommended?
Madam Chair, the original ask from the sponsor was a 67% grant in the amount of $2,351,700 for construction. The commission, our office's original recommendation, as I previously stated, because of the state of the design, we chose to not recommend funding for it.
Okay.
The commission accepted that recommendation, and then at the November meeting, knowing that this would be a demand on our system potentially next year, I think the Select Water Committee considered the idea of trying to fund that with general funds. So,
All right. So that's where we're at right now.
yeah.
Okay. So I think then we would need to go to public comments on this section. Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, we have someone online who would like to comment.
Okay. Let's go ahead and let them in.
I'm admitting Mr. Brian Miller.
All right, Mr. Miller, are you with us? We don't see you on screen.
Yes, Madam Chairman, our Chairwoman, I am.
All right, we are running a little behind, but we will be glad to take your public comment on this issue.
Sure, I had a big presentation I was gonna do, but I won't. I'll make this rather short. Good morning, Chairwoman, and members of the Select Water Committee. I'm Brian Miller, a city and county resident here in Sheridan. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak to you on behalf of the rapidly growing number of residents in Sheridan County who are concerned about the seemingly unbridled aspirations of some of our elected bodies to rapidly grow Sheridan in size. I had thought about going through all the inconsistencies, shortcuts, etc., and putting that out there today and showing you what's been happening here in town rather than the small picture that you see down there. And even going through the initial documentation given to WWDC all the way up through the City Planning Commission meeting that just happened this last Monday. But I'm just going to give you some highlights instead. Instead, I'll sum up the key items and note and reiterate that nothing much has changed since November with respect to this Northeast Transmission Extension project. Both the city and the developer have gotten the cart before the horse. A little has changed, but for the claim that several letters from legislators could provide support to funding this project. Although there has been a lot of conflict with local electeds here in Sheridan on this project and others, as a de facto leader of the aforementioned growing body of residents who are now paying attention to what our officials are doing with our tax dollars, we agree with the recent Sheridan Board of County Commissioners and SAWS JPP determinations that they do not support this project at this time. And 3 of our 6 local legislators who have said so as well. Ones that I have personally spoken with that all agree that now is not the time to support more infrastructure when there is a greater need to repair and maintain what we have now and other projects across the state. Examples abound from the city's transmission line, airport transmission line, which we just talked about, and the other water lines here, like the ones that's above the county courthouse. They need to be repaired here before we go building new infrastructure for a dream to double the size of the city. Despite the Sheridan press reporting differently, the proposed Storyhouse Village PUD, which is what they're going for now, which the city states is the customer who has the critical need for this, they have no DEQ permits and no YDOT permits to do what they're doing. The press noted differently. Let's look at some of the recent discussions regarding that need, as noted in Monday night's City Planning Commission meeting. It was stated, for example, that it is an aberration for the city to agree to take on a series of packaged sewage treatment plants, one for each phase of this project, that are not and will not be attached to the current city water infrastructure. That is an aberration. It is something that has not been mentioned here. It's an additional cost to the people. It's a non-standard sewer system that will add in perpetuity a significant cost to the taxpayers of Sheridan, all for the benefit of a single project developer. Also, at that same planning commission meeting, the question was asked if the Northeast Transmission Line was needed for Storyhouse to complete their entire project. The Storyhouse representative said no, that a water tank on the hill will fulfill their entire need. That noted, such a water tank would be at the developer's expense versus the public's expense, just as it is for any county subdivision that does not have access to existing water supply. In this case, the developer does have the current access, and the access could readily be used to fill that tank in a cost-effective way to the taxpayers versus this pipeline. Remember, Storyhouse does have access to get their first phase done, and they should be responsible for the cost of additional infrastructure for future needs they have. What this move here today looks like after the WWC and your initial denial just a month ago, or just a couple of months ago, and your request for them to bring you more information, is that this is yet another attempt to help this particular developer, who we have recently found out has saddled themselves with more than $4.2 million in loans that come due in less than 4 years. I can provide additional detail on that issue if the committee so desires, but I don't think it's necessary at the moment. For the record, besides the city not securing county support, the Storyhouse team has recently been unable to secure 2 rounds of potential funding from our local CEDA, Joint Powers Board, and the Sheridan County Attainable Housing Council. You heard a little bit about that a moment ago when they said that the council hadn't decided what they were going to do. They have. That money is going to a different project, about $1.7 million. Bottom line, the city has a goal of having developers pay their way with respect to infrastructure. That does not seem to be the case here. This is a project that we can support someday, but right now it is a want, not a need. And it looks like it is being done to support a particular developer who has gotten themselves into a pickle with funding. The taxpayer does not need to bail them out. There are many projects around the state that need funding, and this is not one that needs to be supported at this time. Thank you for your time. I am open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We appreciate you being with us today. Is there any questions for Mr. Miller? Questions for Mr. Miller? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. All right. All right. Seeing no questions there, is there any other further public comment on this issue? Seeing none in the room or online, we'll proceed forward back to the committee. Senator Kolb.
Madam Chairman, I don't know if this is appropriate time, but a question for Director Mead.
Go ahead.
Director Mead, what will happen if this fails during the process of a legislative appropriation? What would happen to the project? Would it wait? I mean, what would be the next steps if there's no funding granted by the legislators?
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb, the sponsor could elect to come back next year and apply by September 1st of 2024 for funding again.
All right. Is that everybody clear on that? Okay. All right. So we have heard the information. And if someone were going to make a motion, now would be the time. And if not, we would remain at the do not fund level and they would be eligible to come back in September. Is that correct? Director Mead?
Madam Chair, that is correct. And just as a reminder, we'll be going over the construction bill here in a few minutes. And if a motion, I suppose a motion could be made during that time as well.
All right. Okay. Does everyone, Representative Craigo?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would make the motion that we fund this project at the 67% grant level in the amount of $2,351,700 and ask for a second, at least for purposes of discussion.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded, and now we're in discussion.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
For my recollection, I've got a question for the director, but it gets to the 67%. So my recollection, and in the water bills, all of the new projects that are coming on board were funded at a level by the commission of 50%. And the reason is because we're a little short on funds. That's why this would be a general fund. So my concern is, and would entertain a friendly motion to that, to be consistent with all of the other funding, that we would, I would make a motion to amend the motion to make that recommendation at 50% consistent with what the commission has done for all of the other projects, instead of carve out an exception for this. Now, maybe because this is a continuation project, but just that would be some discussion prior to me making that motion. Director, any thoughts on that?
Madam Chair, I agree with you. This is a continuing project from last year. So that is a unique factor, I guess, from this project to applications we received this year. We did have another project this year that asked for construction funds that was funded for pre-construction last year, but their application asked for only 50%. They had some other funds to bring to the table. So I agree that's a unique factor to consider when you guys are talking about this.
Madam Chairman, did the commission go ahead and approve that 50% additional funding for an ongoing project or not?
Go ahead.
The scenario you just described.
Yes, and it was the sponsor that brought forth, they only needed 50%. If it would have been 67%, considering when they applied last year, they applied for 67% of the entire project, we probably would have had some more discussion about it.
All right, so go ahead, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, I know we're in discussion, but I would like to hear maybe from the proponents, what their ability is to pay. We just passed one that went from 67 to 75. So I don't know that the 50% is set in stone. I like 50%, but if it is a continuation, I would like, before we voted on it, to hear whether the proponents feel like that at 50%, if that's something that's doable or not doable.
All right,
But that's up to you, Madam Chairman.
come right back up. No, we told them we'd have them on hold, so Mr. Witzel, would you be able to answer that for us?
Yes, we would be accepting of a 50%, 50/50.
All right. Okay, so would you, Representative Craigo, would you consider that a friendly amendment to your amendment or to your motion? Or would you like to vote on your motion and then take that up later? How would you like to proceed?
Friendly is fine, Madam Chairman.
All right, so everyone understands then it would be a 50/50? All right, all right. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Senator Guru.
No, no more discussion on that motion, no. I'll have another one.
All right. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion has passed. Are there any further motions on this project? Senator Guru. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd propose an amendment that, and this is conceptual, so if anyone wants to give me a hand with this, but what I'd like to do is ask that we put a condition on this, that we get approval from SAWS and from the county commissioners before these funds could be released.
All right. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
That has been moved by Senator Guru, seconded by Senator Kolb, lots of people. And so discussion on that motion.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead. We'll let the bringer first explain, and then we'll go to you, Representative Summers, and then down to Senator Kolb.
The reason for my motion, I'd first to say, thanks, big shout out to Senator Kinski. Thanks. Your presentation helped a lot to kind of give context to all this. And Councilman, your assertion that you've talked to commissioners and you've talked to folks on the SAWS board, it's given me the impression as a member that this ask is not a big ask, that you can get, that's not a hurdle that you can't climb, because I kind of got a feeling that you said you kind of had this. So this just kind of brings it home. And I was listening, a fellow former commissioner, I was a former councilman and a commissioner, and the former commissioner, his point's well taken, trying to keep everyone together. But that too is what helped with Senator Kinski's, explanation of the history of this, helped out, that this has been a process that's moved forward with a lot of consensus, and like to really try to keep that going. So that's the point.
All right, thank you, Senator. To you, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, this is a question to the bringer of the proposal. What do you think of that condition? Is that doable? Is it not doable? Are people so set in stone that we need to decide this or not decide this now?
I think that, these two commissioners who had heartburn over us, giving back the other grant, are two very good friends of mine. And I think that I can hopefully convince them that they need to endorse this. And, they're both on the SAWS board and they're county commissioners. And so those two additional votes with both would fulfill endorsements from the county commission and the SAWS water board.
Madam Chairman.
All right, wait, we're down to Senator Kolb, and then we'll be back to you. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So there's a couple things I guess I'd want to talk about was maybe broadening up to all necessary agreements in place. And then besides, because there may be other things that I don't know, that just everything in place that's needed. The other part is a date certain, say by June, judging by how quickly attorneys typically work. I don't know what you think is reasonable to get that done by, so we have a date certain. And just to follow back up on the issue I was talking about, and I'll try to articulate a little bit better because it's been a few years ago, right-of-way permits. I think that's where the crux to it might come in. And I don't know if they exist or not in Sheridan, but that would indeed put a stop to the project if they didn't grant a right-of-way permit, if they have those kind of rules in place. And I don't personally know exactly what Board of County Commissioners is doing up there or can do, but I can assure you it is in fact a fact that many counties do use that as a tool to make sure that their utilities and such aren't violated by some sort of activity cutting through that area. So I would wonder if we could put in maybe broaden it up a little bit, if that's acceptable, just as a discussion point, and then also put a date on it of, say, June, a date certain. Okay, we can discuss that.
Senator Kolb, I think we might handle that as a separate motion. I'm going to let Representative Crago weigh in and then go back to Senator Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to point out that the only people who work slower than lawyers are legislators. That's it. And actually, I wanted to comment quickly on what Senator Kolb said, is I think what he's asking for is already a requirement under, as the director explained, they get all the land work done before any money's expended. And so when they send the team out to do that, they're gonna know they have all the agreements in place before any money's expended. So I don't know if we actually need a motion to that effect. We might need the one that Senator Grew talked about, but just piggybacking on that, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Would that be correct, Director?
Madam Chair, that is correct. With the agreement between the commission and the sponsor, they're required to get the title opinion, show all the permits and everything other needed easements, right-of-ways that are in place before they can bid the project.
All right, thank you so much. So I think that addresses your concern. We're good there. And back to you, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, so Councilman, I hope that you can report back to this committee during the summer that you're still friends with those two commissioners.
I have beers with them occasionally.
All right, okay. Seeing the discussion waning, we will go back to that Senator Garew's motion. It is on the floor. All those in favor of making sure that the county commissioners and boards support this proposal, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, no. That motion has passed. All right, David, have we made everything as clear as mud? We'll check in with you. Have you got everything down?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think so. I do want to clarify one point. So my understanding of the motion and that amendment is that that there would be a contingency on the funds, that the project has to be approved in a sense by the county commission and by the SAWS board. Is that a fair summary? And can I have a little leeway in how I word that to avoid any potential unlawful delegation issues, that sort of thing?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, everybody all right with that? Okay. All right, then I think we'll finish up with UW water resource proposals, and then we'll take a small break. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
oh, do we need to vote on the whole, tell me, David, do we need to vote on the whole thing, or was each of them separately? I thought each separate one would suffice, but would you like us to vote on the entire proposal?
Madam Chair, I took those kind of as accomplishing the purposes.
Yeah.
That this would be added to the construction bill.
Thank you. So, Representative Summers, the way I understood it is we were making a motion for the project and then we put a stipulation on it. So I believe, go ahead, Representative Crago.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick procedural question, because I'm just thinking ahead. We have a month between now and session. If SAWS and the county commissioners are able to get us their letter of support prior to session, do we even need it to go into the bill? We can right now spitball it and have it conceivably put into the bill that no funding would be required. But if they get us their approvals in the next 30 days, it wouldn't necessarily have to be in the bill. Is that correct? Am I looking at that the right way?
Representative Krigo, I think that would be a part of the condition for the project to go forward. And so then they will have met that, and either way, it does the same thing, so. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking about this from the perspective of Mr. Hopkinson and how you draft that. That's kind of unique language. I would assume that that's not something we typically throw into the water bill. So if we could sort of get that out of the way ahead of the actual bill being dropped, I'm just throwing that out there that maybe it saves some problems. And if we don't, then it goes into the bill and it's fine. But if we could get it, if they could get it accomplished back home before then, that would be, in my mind, a lot cleaner.
Well, Representative Krigo, we voted on it, so I think as of now, it will stand as a part of the bill, and then we can always amend it in session. I know we have put stipulations on other things before. I think one of those stipulations we're maybe looking at taking off today with regards to La Perelle. So I don't think it's as uncommon as you might think, so. With that, we'll move on to the UW Water Research proposals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Thank you, Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Greg Kerr online to go over the advisory committee's recommendations from the 3 proposals received from the UW Water Research Program in November. So I would turn it over to Greg Kerr to talk about that recommendation.
Everyone see and hear me?
Welcome, Mr. Kerr. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Greg Kerr, Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming, and wanted to visit with you today about the fiscal year 24 Water Research Program proposals. If you recall, in our November meeting, we presented 3 proposals and information on those proposals that were received from our RFP that was released at the University of Wyoming. At that time, we were in our review process. That process has been completed. Our advisory committee met November 20th and discussed the reviews and went ahead and ranked those 3 proposals. So before you is the same information that was presented at that November meeting, information on each proposal, the requested funding amounts for each proposal, corresponding statements of relevance, and brief notes on the advisory committee deliberations. And lastly, the table of the committee rankings. Based on those rankings, as you can see in those rankings, ranked project first was B, A, and C. So as presented to the Water Development Commission yesterday, along with those rankings, I gave a recommendation. The advisory committee did due diligence in looking at all of those proposals and coming up with a recommendation of their own. We felt that based on those reviews and the state of the overall funding shortage this year with the Water Development Commission, I would like to recommend that project number B, the first one ranked, quantifying nitrogen sources in headwater catchment from the stable isotopes of nitrate, be the only project move forward in our process. It was felt that the other 2 projects needed additional work before they were ready to be submitted for possible funding. So if they looked at the reviews, performed additional work, possibly they could come back next year. But that is our recommendation, is only one project this year that looks at monitoring through stable isotopes, the sources of bacterial blooms, and working with several agencies in a current project ongoing with the Department of Environmental Quality, the U.S. Forest Service and the Wyoming Game and Fish to try and find a process where we could identify those sources and then provide management of those sources that would be relayed to other areas of the state on a hot topic that we've funded in the past. I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, committee, any questions? Questions for Mr. Kerr? Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Madam Chairman, not a question for Mr. Kerr, but just a question for the director. And I wasn't able to sit through the commission's deliberations, but maybe why this project over the other two? What was the deliberations of the commission? I'd like to know why they landed on this one.
Madam
ahead.
Chair, this is really a recommendation by the advisory committee, as Greg Kerr mentioned. And they listened to Greg's information just like you guys have, and they agreed with his recommendation. So they did include that in or amended the planning bill to include that $199,108 for UW Water Research.
So the commission just adopted the recommendation of the advisory committee. And for the edification of this committee, could you tell us who is represented on the advisory committee?
I'm going to have Greg Kerr answer that question.
Greg, yep.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Kerr.
Yes, we have 8 advisory members from different agencies. First of all, we have the Department of Environmental Quality. We have the Water Development Office. We have the Wyoming Game and Fish. We have the Conservation. We have, I have to think real quick here. We have the State Geological Survey. We have the Wyoming State, or I'm sorry, the USGS regional offices are representative, and hopefully that's 8. Department of Agriculture, I didn't mention the Department of Ag is a representation also.
Thank you for that. You did very well on that question. Okay. We have a lot of our commissioners here. Would the chairman like to come up and make any comments, or any of the other commissioners, as to their recommendation? Welcome. Yeah, just both of you, please state your name and your position and take it away.
Yes, this is Ron Cayley. I'm a commissioner and chairman of Water Development Commission. When this came before us, we did have a couple of questions. I had asked how the stable isotopes might help. I can see how it might identify sources, but I wasn't sure how those sources might be applied back. And we had an algal bloom a couple of years ago, well, several years now, in Cheyenne, and we identified it that it came from pine pollen. We just had a really weird situation where the pine pollen just landed in all of our lower lakes, Crystal Lake and Granite Lake. And as it decomposed, it caused these huge blooms for us. So I was kind of curious on how those isotopes might help solve that, or give us a pre-warning or something that there might be something coming. And that's what was my question to him. And of course, that would be identified in the proposal. So I think it's a great proposal, and we kind of thought the same thing with the cost overruns, that it would be all 3 projects would be great projects to take on. But you know, as things are starting to tighten up this last couple of years, we thought maybe we just step back to the $200,000 and everything would probably look pretty good at that point.
All right, thank you.
My name is Mark Cott. I'm a commission member, and I'm from Rock Springs. Director Mead had opened it up to the commissioners whether they would like to participate in the review process of these 3 projects. So I coordinated with Director Kerr, and I reviewed the projects individually and then filled out a evaluation form on those projects. Again, I thought they were all very good. They were all treating relevant issues for the state. There was one that was a design of a septic tank that would remove nitrogen, and it was very well done. But I found the project hard to follow in reading that, so I ranked that the lowest. Really, the next two, one had to do with shifting irrigation to the nighttime, and that would help preserve water, and this is being the Colorado River system. That has some relevancy, and of course this one we're using isotopes to identify the source of the nitrogen. That was a good project too, and I mean I probably could have been split between the first two, but with the more scientific board, calling this one out as number one, we felt that we should go with that. So, thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for our commissioners? All right, you got off easy. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Director, what would you need? Would this just be included in the bill, or do you need a motion on this?
Madam Chair, it is included in the bill, so you guys, if you had a different opinion, then you can take care of that when we go through the bill.
All right, okay,
Madam Chairman,
go ahead.
just for clarification, Director, so you're recommending that the one for the 199,000 would move more based on the commission's position. Do you have a recommendation on the source of those funds?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, currently they would come out of account one.
All right. Any further questions? Further questions? Okay. I think we will take any public comments. Any public comment on any of the issues, including the UW Water Research proposals? Seeing none, we will take a 5-minute break and be back. And if we're running a little behind, we will work through lunch since we only allocated for a morning meeting. And so we'll work as long as it takes and get you out of here and on the road. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Look at that, he's here.
This is the lowest island already reduced funding for all the other budgets in California. This year. That would be my recommendation. We want to fund something. I don't like this budget. It's obviously coming two places. I do too, because it has practical application of issues that is facing head on. You want to make a motion to vote on it? I'm with you. I wanted to understand the commission. Our quality courses, one of two things. So you got this giant freaking horsepower facility there with the runoff right into the dam.
Thanks. No, it's not thrown under the bus. Tell me first.
Just tell me the bus. It's one bus. I don't need to do a master's degree thesis on where it's coming. We know what's going on. This is just. This is a 1-point source. If we get rid of this one, I agree with you. I'd like to see us.
I was curious the only reason because I have.
I just tell you.
Do you support putting the other one out? Yeah, if you want to do both under general fund. I don't.
Yeah, I knew it was kind of
So
heavy
if
duty.
it keeps it,
Okay.
200,000.
No, it's okay.
Relationship with the. I know, but I want to. It's not. So I can point her. I just call. No. All right, and then I'll. That's not, is that in the plan? That's in construction. It'll be in there. How are you? I think that's in the plan. Well, it is, it's in plan, so
Yeah.
I'll just make a motion to do that other one. How are you? Yeah, you imagine that, Hicks going, Hicks going, huh? I know, I saw that. Brandon, how are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Good, good to see you. Good to see you.
Morning.
How are you?
Great.
West. Good so far. I'm gonna be around all, when are we having a water meeting? Advisor. Yeah, I'll be around this week and next week. So I don't know what your schedule is, but you might shoot me something that works for you.
Does anybody know sign language?
Madam Chair, could you
But
check
what
again?
if they don't?
They're in luck.
Okay, so there is talk to text going on. I believe they can see that. Representative Larson, Senator Larson, and Representative Nyman, we're hearing reports that you cannot hear us.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I just got it just this second. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. So back to our question, is there anything that we need to do in the bill with regards to the recommendation of the commission as to removing those on the Strawberry Creek and was it Elk Canal? Do we have to take anything out of the bill or go ahead, David, do we need to make an amendment on that, make a notation?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I was focused on getting the Zoom fixed. so
Okay.
I missed that discussion on the
So,
first part.
Madam Chair,
Okay, we'll do it again.
yesterday, the commission took the action to include the Water Research Program, Proposal B, and as well as to remove the footnote for the Elk Canal Master Plan. So I think technically, the bill is coming to you with those changes already made.
Okay, let's verify
Accurate?
that that's
And then I'll
correct.
ask the attorney that same
Yes.
question.
Madam Chair, I think just for our process and for public, it probably would actually be better to move to amend and take out those lines on page 5, lines 21 and 22.
All right, so that will be an amendment we'll need to make.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, just for clarification on that, you would only remove the footnote 1 on line 10 that follows the $265,000, because that would still apply to Strawberry. They're still in the works of forming their district.
Okay, so you have that.
Yep,
All right.
and then you would also include that to replace TBD under section 1 for the UW Water Research Program. That would be $199,108, and then bringing the total for section 1 to $2,343,108.
Okay,
Okay,
I think Representative Summers has got
I
that.
didn't get that wrote down, but David, did you get it?
David, did you get it?
So when I get to that.
he's got it. Okay. All right, so moving on to section 4 of the bill. This is just the appropriation for the biennium to support the Office of Water Programs, which supports Greg Kerr's work in relationship to the Water Research Program of $175,000 for the biennium. And then moving on to page 6 of the bill, we had one amendment to the Pavilion Groundwater Supply project, which was a 2022 project. So we're simply going back to the 2022 session law, and they needed some additional funding to drill the well. So when you move on to page 7, you'll see where with the strike and add for the Pavilion Groundwater Supply, we're changing the total dollar amount and then showing where that additional funding and the original funding of, I'm on line 15. So the original appropriation came from 2022, and now we're adding $429,000 in 2024 to the appropriation. And with that, and then section 6 is just when the bill would become effective. So I would ask if there are any questions.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Senator Grew.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, just to make sure I got this, on that, what you were just talking about, page 7. So on line 14, we would just amend out and change that 687 to 1,116,000. And then on line 15, we keep the 3.412 million. And then on 16, add 429,000. So all that stays that way, correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So no
Got it.
changes needed. The bill, yeah.
All right, okay.
So with that, I would ask for your consideration of the bill.
All right. Does everyone have that? And then let's take any public comment that we might have. And I hear we have someone online that would like to comment on the bill. I think, is Happy Valley in, no,
in
there, it's in the construction, I'm sorry. So for some reason, I only have the construction bill, I don't have the hard copy planning, so thank you. So that's why I've been shuffling around up here a little bit. Thank you for that. So we will be ready to take their comment on the construction bill. With regards to the planning bill, is there any public comment on the planning bill? Any public comment online? Seeing none, public comment is closed and we'll go back to the committee. Do you have any questions? Okay, the bill has been moved by Summers, seconded by Garou. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Madam Chairman,
Okay, Senator Hicks.
I think we have a number of amendments here, but I think we ought to bifurcate those and make sure, just do each one separate as we go through. So
I agree with
I'm going to
that.
start with on page 3,
Okay,
specific to the University of Wyoming Water Research Program. Since I'm going to make a motion, and then if I can get a second, I'll explain the rationale behind the motion.
all right,
So the motion would be to accept the commission's recommendation of including funding for the statewide water research program on the nitrogen algal bloom one on Brooks Lake for $199,108.
Second.
So that's, I'm not finished with the motion.
okay, let's finish the
The
motion.
second part of the next part of the motion would be to include proposal number A, which was the cyber pivot hydrological monitoring for drought adaptation irrigation management strategies project for an additional $185,789. In addition, the source of the appropriation would be general funds for both of them. And if, with the second, I'll explain some of the rationale behind that.
All right, moved by Hicks, seconded by Summers, and go ahead and explain.
So real quick on the rationale. And so when we went through a budget cutting process a number of years ago, the commission took it upon their efforts to try to look and prioritize programs. And the program that ranked out absolutely lowest, of my recollection, and if I'm wrong, the director can correct me, was the water research program. Part of the rationale behind that is there's no statutory authority to the Water Development Commission to operate or fund a water research program at the University of Wyoming. So it's something that has evolved, that's been in place a long time, and when we had money, and it serves its purpose. So with the need that we have for account one, we've reduced almost every participant down by 50%. There's going to be programs that we're not going to fully be able to fund with account one, so it just takes some of that, alleviates that off. So it's, in my opinion, it's a good program. It's not a high priority. It's the lowest priority for the commission. But if we, the legislature, want to fund this, we ought to do it out of general fund. So with that, Madam Chairman, if there's any questions, I'd try to add on to that or ask for any clarifications if my recollection's wrong and the director wanted to weigh in.
All right, are there any questions for, go ahead, Representative Conrad.
Madam Chair, thank you. Senator Kolb, Senator Hicks, what was the value?
So the first proposal was for $199,108, and the second one, which was proposal A, was for $185,789,000. So I haven't done the totals to those, and so I guess the motion would be include those, and then it's a technical correction for the staff just to add those up and make the total appropriation for the general fund.
Thank you.
Senator Hicks, I'm wondering if you've got the wrong column there, because I think your 185,789 is the university matching funds, if you look on the back. And that we want the 198,406, maybe.
So
it's this right here, is that?
Yeah, so maybe a little clarification. Oh, that's university matching fund, so that's correct. So the appropriate number is 198,406. Thank you for that.
Yes, so that's a
clarification.
friendly amendment. The second, okay with that? All right, go ahead, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, just briefly in support of the amendment, I really think that other project that's going to look at nighttime sprinkling, I think as we move into reduced water on the Colorado River, producers are going to have to look at sprinklers where they never thought they'd have to before. And I think understanding what kind of conservation you can get out of nighttime sprinkling is probably, frankly, to me, is far more important than the other project. So I support that.
All right, any further discussion? Further discussion, seeing none. Oh, Representative Yan, and by the way, welcome. Were you driving in the snow?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, I was actually, I flew into Denver this morning because I missed my connecting flight last night. So I drove on I-25 and that was very clear. It was
Well,
very-
we're glad to have you, so go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I actually really like this project. I am concerned with what the advisory committee deliberated on, which is the study design of having it only in a single pivot. So the only thing I would note is that I think it is an important and useful study. I just would like the principal investigators to consider being able to access additional pivots and get more data than just a single pivot. So I'm in favor, but I just wanted to note that for the investigators when they see that they get this money.
So,
I
Madam Chairman.
think that, okay, we'll go to the
So
director.
if I
Are
may,
you-
Madam
go
Chairman,
ahead.
just to answer that, that was a concern that I had and expressed that to some of the proponents for the project, and they assured me that this is the first phase to do exactly what you've said. And so they recognize that Green River Basin's more than just one pivot, and we need more robust data. So this is the pilot project that they anticipate following up. So if that helps.
Madam Chairman.
All right, go ahead, Representative Diamond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And also one other caveat to this. I think what you're proposing, Senator Hicks, is an excellent idea because the being able to be efficient in the use of our water is going to be a critical part of what we're doing with the Colorado River Basin. But something also, and I'm just curious if this could be added to it, studying the viability and the usefulness of what we're even looking at up here is putting in underground systems that are already developed and are being used around the world. Netafim has technology where they're actually putting subterranean irrigation in to reduce the amount of water and air evaporation, changing pivots over to underground, basically sub-irrigating these fields, which puts the water in the root zone, removes a lot of the aspiration and loss to sun and air and wind. And so those things could also be very critical in this study to be able to do even a better job potentially of being more efficient with the use of the water that we do have. Thank you.
All right, I think the director might have had a comment. Thank you, Representative. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, just looking at the advisory committee's recommendation on page 2 for proposal A, they had some concerns with how far along the project was developed, and the proposal relates to Senator Hicks's mention of one pivot. So it might be valuable to hear Greg Kerr's interpretation of what the advisory committee's concerns were. And then in addition to that, I'm hearing, oh, can we add this? Can we add that? And we have a budget for what's in the proposal and how that might be addressed.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Kerr, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Madam Chair. What we have to review is the actual proposal. So we don't have the opportunity to discuss with the PIs any additional work. We make recommendations based on the proposal itself and the budget for that proposal. Concerns with this were several. One, as Senator Hicks mentioned, the single irrigation system, single pivot system, but also within that single system was also the concern of a single soil type. And along with that, there was no mention in the proposal of looking at what the natural variability in precipitation and how that would affect these systems. So the committee looked at overall, this looked like to be fairly narrow proposal that didn't meet what we felt was the scientific merit, the actual benefit to the state and its relevance from that information that we received. And in essence, bang for the buck. Is it reasonable for the amount of budgeted work to be able to get information that is needed from the state? To my recollection, there was no mention in the proposal that this was to be a pilot study and then move on to other pivot systems. So I just want to point out that that's what it was based on because of the recommendation by the advisory committee and its ranking.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kerr. Is everyone clear? All right, is there any further discussion? Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, to get back to what Representative Nyman was talking about, what I'm going to ask now is the director to capture that and even expand upon that a little further, because we have this issue in the state of Wyoming dealing with consumptive use and actual loss in the systems. And so we really do need more research from a standpoint of what's the total loss in the systems and how efficiency of the system does conservation versus just not using any water at all. And so, and it gets back to what Representative Nyman is, the efficiency of applying water. Is that a conservation measure that actually saves water? And so I'm just going to put it, Director Kerr, right now, that you put that on the list of proposed research topics for the advisory committee and to put out for next year, so we don't lose this discussion and that we have forward. And I think that would address Representative Nyman's concern, and I would agree with that. We need to look at a lot higher level of efficiency and what the efficiency does for overall conservation in the system. So if we can just capture that and you can include that in the list of potential topics, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you for that. I mean, it's a great idea to put in, and hopefully we could get people to look at that type of conservation methods. You know, one of our problems at the University of Wyoming now is we don't have any specialists in irrigation. And this falls back. We have in the past put into our RFP to look at certain irrigation facets and conservation, but we haven't received any proposals on them. It doesn't mean we shouldn't put it back in. I think it's a great idea, and especially with issues now of drought in the Colorado River, we can certainly put that in as a topic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kerr. Are any further discussion on the amendments? Further discussion, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That amendment has passed. We're on to the next amendment. Does anyone, all right? Yes, go ahead, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, if we could go to page 5, line 10, and go clear across to where it says footnote 1, we would want to remove that 1 off of the 265,000.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to delete on page 5, lines 21 through 23, footnote 1, and the footnote 1 on line 10, is that correct?
The footnote on line 10.
Oh, just footnote on line 10.
Just the footnote on line 10.
All right, okay. Oh, keep the one on straw, all right, thank you very much for that. David, have you got that? All right, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That motion has passed.
Madam Chair, could I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
So the first amendment was to include both proposals A and B, even though we heard that there were shortcomings in proposal A. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yes,
Ready?
that is correct. All right, are there any further amendments to the
Madam
bill?
Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
page 7. I move that we adopt the strikeout and the new red letter totals on page 14 and adopt the new line 16 red letter totals.
All right, could I have a second on that?
Second.
Moved by Hicks, Senator Guru, second. And,
Madam Co-Chair, I
discussion?
think
Go
there
ahead.
needs to be a clarification. I think he said page 14. I think he meant line 14.
Page 7, line 14.
All right, go over your amendment one more time. Page 7, line 14.
So, Madam Chairman, that the motion is to adopt the changes on lines 14 and 16 in the draft bill.
On page 7. Does everyone understand? Representative Craigo.
I don't think we need to make that motion because it's already in the bill draft. We're not making an amendment to the bill draft.
David?
David, so we don't need to take an action on an amendment to the bill draft? Or this is just a technical correction?
This is an amendment to a previous appropriation, and it's the way you would draft it. This is drafted correctly.
Okay, so I think for clarification for the public and everyone else, we're gonna let David tell us what he has done on page 7, and if an amendment is required, or if it is in proper form and we can consider it done.
Madam Chair, so that is already part of the bill. It doesn't need an
All right.
amendment, so that's. as
Withdraw my
drafted to
motion.
this.
All right, thank you very much for that, and thank you for your diligence, keeping us on track. Are there any further amendments to the omnibus planning water bill? I have one, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just Director Mead, clarification here on the cloud seeding. I think it's really unclear to me about what is using, aircraft, ground-based, the way it's broken up. Could you kind of help me through this on how these expenditures got totaled?
Madam Chair, that would be in the
In the
construction bill.
construction bill,
If you want to
yeah.
have that
So
conversation.
can we have that conversation in the next bill? This is planning.
Well, I'll withdraw that question.
All right,
I'll
thank
save that for the
you.
next bill.
All right, let's save it for the next bill. All right. Any further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, do I have a motion? We have a motion and we're calling the question. That would be a roll call vote. If you would call the roll, Donna.
Okay, this is a roll call vote on 24 LSO 0429 as amended. Senator Ellis? Aye. Senator Guru?
Aye.
Senator Hicks?
Aye.
Senator Kolb?
Aye.
Senator Larson Dan? Oh,
Senator
having trouble
Larson, we
here.
can't hear you. Could you give us a hand
Thumbs up.
gesture? Thumbs up? Thank you very
that is
much.
an aye. Representative Conrad?
Aye.
Representative Craigo? Aye. Representative Larson JT?
Aye.
Representative Nyman?
Aye.
Representative Yin?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Summers?
Aye.
Chairman Steinmetz?
Aye.
We have 12 aye.
All right, that bill has passed. Do we want to decide who wants to carry which bill as we pass them, or should we decide that at the end?
Madam Chairman, you just tell which one goes where, and I'm fine with it.
All right, how about we send the planning bill your way?
Perfect.
Okay, that will be a House bill. We'll take the construction. So with that, we'll go on to working draft 24 LSO 428, the omnibus water bill construction. Take us through it, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now I will refer to the second page of the summary sheets. That covers the construction bill, and I'll start off in the bill and then I'll probably refer back to the summary page so we can move along. So page 1, typical introduction of what the bill covers. Moving on to page 2, I would point something out, and this is a staff comment from LSO. When we get into reversions of appropriations, we've used the language in the past, any unexpended funds appropriated under a subparagraph shall revert to water development account 1 or 2 on a certain date. And there's been times in the past where we've also used unexpended or unobligated. And I think LSO and typical in most bills and agencies, they use both words. And effectively what this does, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, is that if we use the unexpended, unobligated language, it would make things a little more efficient where if you were getting close to the reversion date and you had an active agreement between the Water Development Commission and the sponsor for the amount of the legislated appropriation, You wouldn't have to go back through the legislature to keep that money active in the project because it's obligated through that agreement. So the reversion date wouldn't revert the money unless not all the money was in the agreement, if you're following me. If we just used unexpended, then when the reversion date was approaching, we realized we needed to extend the project long past that reversion date. We'd have to come back like we have in this bill and amend each one of those reversion dates. So I think that's a policy question that you guys need to consider for this particular bill, if you want to include that unobligated language as well.
Senator Hicks.
So, Madam Chairman, a question on that, just as a procedural thing. So it does change the nature of the relationship between the commission and the Select Water Committee. Because now we have to go in here, at least review those recommendations for those contract extensions if it passes that reversion date. If we adopt this language, as I understand it, the commission can do that, or the office. I don't even know it would take commission authorization to go ahead and continue to extend that past that reversion date without commission or at least Select Water notification. So to me, that looks like the substantive difference in here. And so I just want to make sure that I'm correct on that analysis. If we use the word unobligated funds, then what's the process where a project drags out, gets close to the reversion date? Who makes the determination then to ignore the reversion date? Is that strictly the office? Is that the office? Does the commission have to take an action on that? And then will the Select Water Committee ever see that?
Mr. Chairman, I ask my Deputy Director of Construction a quick question. In our agreements, is there a reversion date? Or I know we reference statutory language on reversion dates, but is that an expiration date of the agreement or not? Yeah? Okay, so in our agreements, for our construction agreements, we would have a more or less an expiration date that would be associated with the reversion date in legislation. And as that approached, we would have to amend the agreement. So that would go in front of the commission. It's a no dollar, it's just a time extension. So it wouldn't require the review and recommendation by the Select Water Committee. But if you so choose as a practice, we could sure bring that in front of you in joint meetings to do that. But yes, you would be accurate.
So the commission would have to take an action to extend those obligated funds past the reversion date in the contract, correct?
It would be, you're extending the agreement, which satisfies the requirement that the funds are obligated under that agreement, right?
Yeah, so I would just say that my preference would be is at least include some language that has to be presented before the Select Water Committee. Ultimately, we're the ones that are accountable to the legislature if these are, and we need to know what's going on within the office and as far as these contracts and why are they being delinquent? Why are we doing it just like we currently do now? You guys bring that information. I just want to make sure, David, that if we adopt this language, that current practice still stays in place where typically you guys come to us and you've made the decision and it's just more of a courtesy notification that the commission is, I mean, we give a recommendation, but the commission doesn't have to follow it. But it's more of a courtesy that we know what's going on with the agency, with the contracts, with the projects and stuff. So as long as we can maintain that process, I'm good with the language. I just want to make sure that we maintain that process.
Was there a question in that, or can I go to Representative Summers? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I don't have a question either, other than I like the language as it used to be. And so when the time comes, I'll probably bring a motion, whether it's passed or not. But I like the fact that on these large funding projects that we change the date. It's an active process.
All right, so my plan was before we worked the bill, I wanted David to kind of go over his staff comment and really talk about what that meant. But if you'd like to come up here and do that now, since we've started this process, then I think that would be good for us to, or you can stay there and just talk to us a little bit about what you see.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this question kind of came up during internal review. But general practice at LSO and generally any appropriation that is made by the legislature, you're going to have those two words, unexpended, unobligated funds. And so that's just how we see it just about everywhere else in almost every appropriation made. That is, as the staff comment notes, a change from historical practice for this particular committee and for these particular omnibus bills. Generally, in the omnibus bills, it's always just said unexpended funds. And I think Director Mead kind of explained how that would work by adding, and as drafted, it has unobligated in there. So as drafted, that is a substantive change to the historical practice of this committee because it would allow for a sponsor to have those funds available beyond the reversion date as long as they were obligated. And so in a sense, that could potentially cut out an oversight role of the Select Water Committee. So certainly a policy question on how you want to proceed with that. And I'm happy to change this bill however the committee sees fit, but that is a question for this committee, and that's kind of how it came about. So if you want to maintain that oversight, have people come back and have to continue to extend deadlines in the omnibus bills, I would suggest just taking out that unobligated language. That's the simplest way to do it. Otherwise, if you want kind of the commission to have a little bit more discretion on extending those deadlines, as I said, policy question for the committee.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for David? All right, seeing none, let's keep going through the bill.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to refer you to page 3, which would be the first project on our summary list, the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board. So this is on line 13. I'm just going to show you how the bill is generally laid out. And this is going to be very similar for each project. So we have the project name on line 13. You go down a little bit, you've got the project sponsor, move down, project purpose. Moving on to page 4, we then have a general description of the project. Down on line 6 of page 4, a total project budget. So that would be, again, the total project budget. So if it's $1 million project and it's only 50% grant, that's the $1 million, and then down lower, 50% grant would be 500,000. Okay, so then we get into project grants and a description of those. Moving over to page 5, we then show the appropriation, and then after that would be any special conditions. So every new project is going to have that same format. On this particular project, Bighorn Regional, this is a little bit unique, so I wanted to point out a couple things. This is one where we are recommending pre-construction funding from the Water Development Program, and then Select Water Committee has chosen to use general funds to fund the construction portion of that. So if you look again on page 4, line 9, under project grants, we have 2 sections. We've got, and they both say we're going to grant from account 1 for the design, permit, procurement, project land procurement, and pre-construction engineering. So that's how we define pre-construction. And it's in the amount of $143,300 or 50% of actual costs, whichever is less. So that takes care of the pre-construction. The next paragraph, B, about down 3 lines into that paragraph, it talks about the construction, engineering, and construction of this. And then spilling onto page 5, $1,659,700 or 50%, whichever is less. So that splits up the 2 grants. And then moving over to page 5, appropriations, we see that same language mimicked in the appropriations. It's coming from account 1 in paragraph A for the pre-construction, the dollar amount with a reversion date at the end of the paragraph, and it's for purposes just described in the grant section. And then in paragraph B, we've got the same thing, an appropriation from account 1 for the $1,659,000 for the purposes of what was described in the paragraph B section of the grant and a reversion date. And then if you move over to page 6, this is where we actually bring in the general fund. So the special condition on page 6, first one is very typical. The sponsor's responsible for the other 50% of the project. And then you look at paragraph B, the appropriation of funds for this project under subparagraph VIB, which is the appropriation for the construction part of it, is contingent upon the transfer of funds to Water Development Account 1 as described in Section 5. And Section 5 is on page 50. I won't have you turn to it, but I can read it to you. That says the state auditor shall transfer, and it's an amount of money. It's not going to exactly match the amount of money we just did because it's 2 projects coming out of Account 1, but it's $4,497,150 from the general fund to Water Development Account 1. So that's how, working with LSO, that got laid out on these unique projects where we're going to have more or less 2 funding sources, but it's really the transfer of general funds to Account 1 or Account 2 in another case for the construction of those projects.
Madam Chairman, I did have a question.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, thank you. The question I had was, why didn't you just say general fund? I mean, why did you go through the motions of moving it to Water 1 and then appropriating out of Water 1 when it frankly would be more clear to the body if you just said out of general fund?
Madam Chair, because that's how it's been done in the past, and working with LSO, that's how we decided to move forward in this one, to be consistent, I guess, and or whatever David wants to add to that.
So, Madam
Okay,
Chairman.
go ahead.
And I'm curious on that. It just seems to me, for the purpose of just tracking the funds and the projects and stuff, I'm looking at it from the office's standpoint. Those monies are all accountable and tracked instead of having a different appropriation. It may just be for simplicity and transparency that we're doing everything consistent versus establishing 2 different processes. I'm just speculating, but my guess is it could potentially create problems. Yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up.
We're getting a thumbs up from the audience. Would you like to come up and just comment on that, or?
Why don't you come over here so I don't have to move all this stuff?
Okay, all right. From the man who knows, tell us who you are and
Thank you,
how you
Madam-
know.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David Ray, Fiscal Manager for the Water Development Office, and I just would absolutely agree with Senator Hicks from an accounting and bookkeeping perspective. One funding source would be a lot easier to track and balance and manage cash balances. So
All right,
for my 2 cents, I agree completely.
all right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Any further questions? Okay,
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move over to the summary sheet now. So out of Account 1, we just went over the Bighorn Regional. The second project, cloud seeding in the Medbo Sierra Madres for the 25 season would be, and this is for aerial, for $825,000. That's followed up by the cloud seeding in the Wind River Sierra Madre Mountains that is ground-based for the 298,651. And then the last project out of Account 1 would be the Skyline Improvement and Service District Well Connection 2024 for $448,000 at 50% grant. Any questions before I move on to Account 2?
Madam Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
So Director Mead, on the cloud seeding in the Medbo and the Sierra Madres and also the Wind Rivers, it's bifurcated budget. But do we have an ongoing balance in those accounts that haven't been expended? And particularly when it comes to the cloud seeding and the Medicine Bows, because those are aerials. So it really depends on how many flights you make as to what it costs. And so what's the balance that we're carrying forward for those projects, if there is a balance?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think it's still morning, right?
Yes, well, a little
Madam
bit.
Chair, my name is Julie Gonzar. I'm a project manager and I manage the cloud seeding program for the agency. To answer your question, for the ground-based program, we generally do not carry a balance at the end of the season. We typically have just enough funds to get through the season for the western side of the state. For our aerial program over in the North Platte for the Medicine Bows and the Sierra Madres, you are correct. It really is very variable depending on the type of season and the type of winter that we get. So we have had years where we have a very minimal balance or no balance. And then we have had years like this one where we have had a small balance. And generally after the final report is said and done, I believe it might be between $20,000 and $30,000 of a balance that is left over that would revert back. There have been times where it's been less and been more, but like you said, it is really variable, a lot more than our ground-based program on the west side of the state.
And Madam Chair, I would just add, on page 7 of the bill, under the appropriation, it shows, in this particular case, for the funds this year, those would revert on July 1st of '26. So that would show how it reverts to account 1.
All right,
So, Madam Chairman.
go ahead, follow
Do
up.
we know what the balance is in the account that we're carrying over? We don't, because we won't know until the end of the season. That's what you're saying.
Correct. And then it'll revert as shown in
Back to account
legislation.
one.
All right, thank
To
you.
the account.
Okay, all right, Senator Kolb.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, Director Mead, I'm finally back where I wanted to be before. So the question, the first one is with inflation and all the extra costs going on with, I'm assuming this is increased in cost and decreased in, I'll say, value on what we can do, for cloud seeding purposes. Just what is going on there with the value of what we were doing in the past to what we can currently do now? I mean, have those costs increased? And then I'll just ask you the follow-up question is, in your opinion as director, is this program worth it? With the information that we were given prior to this, that the increase in snowpack was in the deviation of error, when it came to the study and how much it increased the snowpack. So I would like to hear your opinion about what you think of this program once, I guess, I hear about what's changed with the value.
So Madam Chair and Senator Cole, I'm going to provide an answer through Julie on your first question. So go ahead on that one.
Madam Chair, yes, so costs typically have gone up since we started operational seeding. And that is mostly so for both ground-based generators, that project, and our aircraft project, costs of chemical have gone up quite a bit over the past few years. Jet fuel, things like that are where a lot of the increased costs have come from on our cloud seeding programs. And that is reflective of the economy and how material costs have increased.
Follow up, Madam.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, specifically, I mean, say from 2020 till today, what are we getting? I mean, I realize all those things are, a fact, right? My question is, are we able to do half of what we used to do? That's the kind of question I was asking, is what percentage of change have we seen for the dollars that we put in towards this program? Let's just say the dollars were the same in 2020 to say 2000, proposed 24.
Let me see, I've got some notes here to help answer that question. I've got a cost breakdown of our aerial cloud seeding program from the season of 2018 to 2019 when we first started. I don't have percentages of the change of cost from year to year, but it started out where the total cost was in the $457,000 range. And for actual money spent on cloud seeding, all the way up to the $600,000 range and $800,000 range for what our typical program costs. We had a study done, as I think that you were there, that NCAR completed, and between the different studies that have been done and cost analysis breakdowns, we've seen the cost per acre foot increase as our project has increased. Is that what you're asking? I guess I might have a hard time understanding exactly what you're asking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, it's the information that we were given during the NCAR report, as I recall, the change in snowpack was in their deviation of error. So I would say, as a person who understands statistics a little bit, that means you can't really claim it did anything, in a positive way. That's my question is, I guess with that report, is there more information? I'd like to know we're spending over $750,000 on a program that does something. And that's my concern and frankly, my constituents' concern.
All right, and we might be able to get that information emailed to us because we're putting you on the spot right now. So if you can help out with that, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, and to answer the second question, I think one quick backtrack on that is the evidence that was seen through radar when they were doing their flight patterns of actually seeing the snowfall that was created from the cloud seeding would tend to, show that the program is working, it is creating snow. In regards to the second question, so I think what came out of the assessment was if you're looking at the volumes of water that they estimated that came from the cloud seeding and the cost of the program, it came out to about $35 per acre foot, if my memory serves me correctly. I've done some analysis or was just thinking, okay, how do we compare this to the value of water to ag or somebody else? And in looking back in Levitt Reservoir, for example, when we did the original analysis for the benefit of an additional acre foot of water coming out of that reservoir to crop production, it came out to an additional acre foot was around, I want to say $39 per acre foot of additional yield or revenue for that particular. And that has now increased because the price of alfalfa is $200+ per ton to probably closer to $90. It's almost doubled, I think, since that original analysis. So that's one comment. And I would also say that the assessment that was done was using these current prices. The question I had was, what was that year? What did that year look like that the assessment was completed on? Was that a dry year? What were we coming? So the previous fall, was there a lot of precipitation or not? What was the soil moisture condition? And I heard that it was a dry year. So a lot of water went into the ground before we realized it as runoff. So my question is, did we really see the full effect in the stream that we would have seen if it would have been an average or a wet year coming into that year? And would we have seen more benefit, which would have drove the cost per acre foot down or increased what we would have seen in the stream from the cloud seeding? So I don't have a direct answer, but in my opinion, I think it is valuable. In particular, in the Colorado River system, where we have lower basin partners, and the state of Wyoming's only paying 37% of the costs. That's being subsidized for lower basins, so that $35 per acre foot, the cost of Wyoming is much less because we're only paying 37% more or less of that, right? So that would be a couple of comments for consideration.
All right, are you good, Senator? All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys, and we'll continue on.
Okay. So continuing on with the summary sheet, and this would be Water Development Account 2, so that's that second group of projects. We've got Bridger Valley in the bill for $728,500. These are all 50% grants. And this one in particular is contingent upon the transfer of the $7 million from account 1 to account 2 that we discussed in November. So I might just take you to page 12 real quickly and show you how that is shown. Actually, go to page 14. So this would be the special condition for that particular project under paragraph B, line 5. So the appropriation of funds for this project is contingent upon the transfer of funds to Water Development Account 2 as described in section 4. And section 4, just like that previous project, where we were transferring general funds to account 1, that section 4 just says we're transferring account 1 funds in the amount of $7 million to account 2. So back to the summary page, Dayton Water System Rehab in the amount of $200,000. Deaver Irrigation District laterals is another one that's a little bit unique, so I'd refer you to page 16. That's where the project starts. This is a materials-only grant. So if you move down to line 16, where we talk about the grant portion of that on page 16, about the third line down, we talk about for the purchase of project materials as supported by vendor invoices. And then you move down a little bit, in an amount not to exceed $172,000 or 100% of approved material costs. And then similar language is in the special conditions on the bottom of page 17. Paragraph B, the sponsor is responsible for retaining engineering services to design the project, compile the materials, bidding documents, monitoring construction. So that's their contribution to the project, and which is included in the special conditions. So that's how a materials only or 100% materials only project would look. Okay, back to the summary page then, we've got the Dry Creek Irrigation District Phase 5 in the amount of $777,000 of grant, which is again 50%. That one is also contingent upon the transfer from account 1 to account 2. Moving down then to the Goshen Irrigation District tunnels. So this is another unique one. So I would refer you to page 20 of the bill. And this is where in 2022 session law that there was a supplemental water development bill or water development funding bill. And in that bill was money for Goshen Irrigation District tunnels, funding for the LaPrelle Dam in the amount of $30 million. Goshen tunnels was 21 million and change. And then also funding in that bill for purchase of additional storage in Fontenelle Reservoir in an amount of 25 million. So that bill required that the project be authorized as a Water Development Commission construction project by the legislature. Last year, there was an amendment to that 2022 session law to change that authorization as a water development construction project to the SLIB board. The SLIB board would then be authorizing that. In discussions with the AG's office and attorneys this year, SLIB just doesn't have the authority to authorize a water development project, and it would be difficult to execute that. So as discussed a little bit in November, it was decided since we're basically going to authorize those projects as construction projects in this bill, and then we can remove the SLIB requirement in that original 22 session law. So essentially on page 20, that's what we're doing. We're authorizing this project. I would point out and again, that was $21,810,000 with the intent of that being 100% granted dollars when that supplemental water bill was done in 2022. So I'd refer you to the line 16 of page 20. From our understanding from the engineers and the Goshen Irrigation District, the total cost of the project is somewhere around $84 million, and that's with contingencies and things. We don't know where the bid will actually come in, but if you continue to read, so that's the total project budget. The sponsor's project budget is $21,810,000 or 49% of the total project budget, whichever is less, and that's the important part. So if this project was $84 million, then 49% would be, let's just say $42 million, but they're only granted $21,810,000, and that is the lesser of the two amounts, okay? But it would allow them to spend up to that amount. And then if we move over to the grant portion on line 4 of page 21, the $21,810,000 is a 100% grant. So there is no loan associated with that, with going back to the original intent. And then the appropriation section there is referencing the 2022 Wyoming session law. And that amendment to that session law we'll get to in a few minutes here later in the bill where we're taking out the SLIB action requirement. Okay,
One other question on that. Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Is there a time limit on the spend on this?
Madam Chair, Representative Summers, I believe when we get back on page 52, the original legislation had a 2032 reversion date. Double check that for you real quick. Yeah, July 1st of 2032, and that's where the reversion date is shown, referenced back in that 2022 session law.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the summary sheet then. Let's see, Hanover Irrigation District Bighorn, $1.5 million grant. That is also contingent upon the transfer of funds from 1 to 2, count 1 to 2. Kirby Ditch Irrigation District Pipeline in the amount of $1,882,500. That's again a 50% grant contingent as well upon that transfer. Then we see the Laprelle Dam rehabilitation. This is exactly like Goshen Irrigation District that we just talked about. We are simply going in and we are authorizing the project as a water development construction project. So it's laid out just like we talked about with Goshen. Let's see, moving forward, Laramie Dowlin Diversion, $1,137,500. Grant that is also contingent upon that $7 million transfer from account 1 to 2. The level bench lateral in the amount of $1,448,000, also contingent upon that transfer from 1 to 2. Then we get to the Ranchester Transmission Line 2024. This is another project from November where and now we're in account 2, where the Water Development Office recommended that we only fund pre-construction. The Select Water Committee chose to then try to use general funds to fund construction. So it's going to be laid out exactly like we discussed for the Bighorn Regional Project, where there's 2 grants and it refers back to section 6 this time, I think, or section 6 or 7, because those general funds would be transferred to account 2 because this is an account 2 project. Okay, then we have Wheatland Tank, and that's a grant in the amount of $2,685,500. So that takes us to the end of the new projects in account 1 and account 2. Then I would refer you back to, let's see here, page 36. And this is where we take care of amendments to projects. So we are just going back to previous legislation and amending what needs to be amended in that previous legislation. So all these are statute references to previous Title 99 legislation that would have individual construction projects within it. So moving back over to the summary sheet, we had a number of time extensions there. As you can see, 1-year time extension, 2-year time extension. We discussed all these in November. One I would like to point out would be the second one down on that amendments list. So we're in the 3rd block of projects on the summary sheet. The small water projects. So, and this was on page 36. Starts at the bottom of page 36 and then moves over to page 37. And just something so there's no confusion during the session in case there are any questions. When we add money to the small water program, whether it be account 1 or account 2, we are accumulating. There's been previous appropriations. In this case, there is, well, so the total project budget on the top of page 37, we show was $17,326,000. That's being changed to $19,326,000. The recommendation, we're only adding $1 million, but again, the total project cost, this program says we can grant 50% up to $35,000. So if it's a $100,000 project, we'd only be granting, in that case, that was a bad example, but $50,000, but it's $35,000. So the total project cost is twice the amount of the grant. I'm not doing a very good job of clarifying that, but if you move down to the project grant on line 12 and 13 of page 37, that's where you see we're adding $1 million. So the previous total appropriations over time was $8,663,000, and now we're going to add the $1 million, so it'll be $9,663,000. And we're adding this funding because there's only a balance of about $325,000 left in that account. Okay, I would mention, since we're talking about small water, that this year we received applications in account one that amount to about $2 million worth of applications or requests. With the $1 million, if it's approved through the construction bill, and with some reversions from projects that didn't cost as much as they originally thought they were going to, we'll have for small water projects in account one next year about $1.5 million to work with. So we had this discussion with the commission yesterday. It's my opinion that we should try to live within our means because of what we're having to do with the rest of the program. And we will just have to prioritize the applications we've received in account one and work through it that way. So most likely we'll have to turn some applications away come March, and that's when we would bring all those recommendations forward at our March meeting. The only other project that I would point out in the amendment section of the sheet, the summary sheet, would be the last project on the list, and that's Happy Valley Water Transmission and Storage. And that, again, is another project where previously, last year, we provided pre-construction. They came with an application for construction this year. Our recommendation was do not fund because they're, again, working through some design and needing to get their easements in place. Again, knowing, similar to Sheridan Northeast, that's going to be a demand on our project, most likely next year. The Select Water Committee chose to try to fund that through general funds. So that's that unique situation where we have two grants, two appropriations shown, and it refers back to the transfer of general funds to that account to accomplish that, just like Bighorn and just like Ranchester, okay?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Director Mead, just a quick question. Do you have any data that supports or I guess articulates that for every 10 projects, in this case we'll take level 3 projects, for every 10 projects, how many come back the following years for amendments? My particular concern is, or question to narrow that down, is this. When I look at the amendments, it's a little bit shocking, forgive me, but like Levitt Reservoir expansion, they're asking for another $10 million, as well as for amendment with the sponsors contingency fund, there's not 20 million out there. For every 10 projects that go out there for value, how many of those projects come back later and need more money? My concern is we just continue to perpetuate this bank of monetary funds for maybe lack of engineering, lack of proper project planning, lack of material expenses, et cetera. For myself personally, it's a concern that when I look at all these extensions, and I can understand the extensions as it relates to years, based on obviously the supply chain, inflation, all those different matters, but when we look at a multitude of millions of dollars here, I guess I'm concerned, is there any data that shows for every 10 or 100 projects out there that 20% or 20 of them come back next year looking for amendments, whether that's monetarily or timing?
Madam Chair, Representative Conrad, I think the timing piece, we have recognized that over the past couple of years and have tried to get a handle on this delay in projects requiring time extensions. And the vast majority of those has been from not being able to get easements in place in a timely fashion. So that's why we are doing what we've been doing over the last 2 years is if you're coming in for application for design and construction, if it's an ag project, typically the easements are already in place because you might just be putting a pipe into the ditch and then covering it up, right? So those, if with good reason, we think they're going to move forward quickly, we would provide design and construction dollars. Whereas more of the municipal projects where you're going through private property, existing easements, everything else, those take longer. So we work with those sponsors to understand how difficult is that going to be. And a lot of times we phase those to where pre-construction now come back when you've got all that stuff in place for the construction. So we're not holding those dollars up. So I don't have any statistics for in the past what that has looked like, but I think we've got a procedure now where we're going to get a handle on it moving into the future and not have to deal with that.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And that makes sense. Obviously, I think the easement component's been addressed before. So monetarily, when do we say, this is it? This is the value, this is what you've asked for in 2024. Don't anticipate coming back in 2026 and asking for additional money. I guess that's I guess from a project perspective, at least in the business world, it's called overrun.
Yeah.
And the ability to secure funds or capital financing it gets difficult as each year goes on as inflation. So just an observation that I know it's a systemic issue sometimes, or more importantly it is, that I just see this continuation. So I'm not gonna say, would you agree, but if there's any data out there that would support, for every 10 projects or 100 projects, how many people come back, or how many projects come back for additional funding and/or additional time in the future?
Madam Chair, I would say the projects that are languishing for no good reason, we would not be recommending additional funds or bringing that to the commission and the Select Water Committee, because it's not our fault. It's, for a reason. The ones that have good reasons, I'm thinking of dams and reservoirs in particular, because we do see that, and it's been escalating, is when you get through some of that design and you're continually punching more holes with a drill rig to understand the geology, and you run into situations where, oh, we thought it was this, but it's more complex geology than we thought. That's going to require a design change, and a lot of times that design information is what leads to potentially some of those costs going up. And working with those sponsors, in particular on Levitt Reservoir, as we discussed in November, from the very beginning, they said, we can afford this project at a $25 per acre assessment or acre foot assessment. If it gets more expensive than that, then it doesn't make sense for us. And we can't afford that. So I've made a commitment to them when I bring this to you. If costs go up, I'm going to suggest that be grant, because I think these are good projects. We've talked about public benefit and overall economic benefit from these projects over the life of 50 to 100 years. And it makes sense to move forward with them. So that's why you see these as additional grant dollars on some of these reservoir projects. And then just to address real quick, the sponsors contingency fund in account 3, which I failed to mention. Again, we talked about this in November, but that's been drawn down over time because of what we just talked about, and we want to replenish that. So we're able to act quickly if we need to during some of these construction projects moving forward.
Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, it brings up the issue, so those irrigators said they can't afford more than $25 an acre. So we had a gentleman in here that was already paying 35 and going to 40 something on grass hay and alfalfa, not corn, not beets, not anything fancy. So how do you look at that and scratch your head and go, okay, that's fine, or no, you need to up that, you need to up your assessment because we think you can? How do you handle that?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Representative Summers. In relationship to the $25 per acre foot, that's in addition to what they have currently. So that's just for the reservoir paying back the loan, and they're going to be responsible for the operation and maintenance of that project for the life of the project. State's not going to help with that. So that's in addition to what they're paying now. And really it comes down to those folks survey the potential beneficiaries of that project. And when we say ability to pay, it is followed by willingness to pay too, because I don't know your operation or everybody does things a little differently and can afford things a little differently. So they try to compile all that information from their district members and then come to a number that makes sense and that they can sell that water then to pay for the loan.
Right,
Madam Chairman.
go ahead.
So Director, when you went through some of the cost escalation facts, and particularly for reservoirs, and you talked about the geotechnical aspect, we've seen this on how many different projects now? 2 that are currently in the bid or final design construction, the one in Sublette County and the one up in, I believe it's Bighorn, or is it Washakie County?
Mr. Chairman, we're talking both ones in the Bighorn Basin, Alkali Creek and Levitt.
What about all the extra geotechnical stuff we did on the one in Sublette County that was?
Mr. Chairman, I forgot about Middle
3.
Piney Reservoir, yes.
So my point is it's pretty apparent to me that we're not getting the upfront preliminary information that we have to come back on the back end once we get into construction or close to construction. And so just something that we need to look at is make sure that there's much more rigorous and robust geotechnical excavations at the level 2, phase 3, level 2 study instead of getting into this. I think you understand, I think both from the commission and this committee is the frustration of a $6 million and a $10 million at the original site because we discovered something new. So we should learn that we need a lot more rigorous and detailed geotechnical investigations of these sites before we do final designs.
Mr. Chairman, I share your concerns and frustrations. It's a balancing act when you're in level 2 because you're trying to understand the feasibility of projects and the least environmentally damaging practicable alternatives. Then you have to go through permitting and see if you can actually get that project that you think is that's the LEDPA is the acronym for what I just said, for a 404 permit through the Corps of Engineers. So you don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on one project until you know you can get it permitted, and then you get it permitted. So it's a balancing act, but I definitely take your comments to heart. So
Yeah, and I agree with that. You don't want to spend,
Would you turn on your
Madam Chairman,
microphone, please?
too much up front, but I'm talking about level 3 or, phase 2, level 3, where we actually start to do the final design. Before we ever final design everything, we need much more rigorous geotechnical information. That's the point once the permit's in place, but before we do the final designs and then start the construction and find out there's a geotechnical problem that runs into these. And so it's just, we should learn from those lessons. I guess I would just.
And Madam Chair, I would say these 2 particular projects have been compounded by the fact of COVID and the inflation and what's going on in the construction industry, more so probably than because we knew the geotechnical stuff on Levitt. I think probably the majority of it before we went into permitting. So there's more at play than just the geotech.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. What's next? That kind of takes us through it, doesn't it? Or did you have?
Let me just point out 2 more things, and then I think we'll be done. Okay, so on, let's see here, page 49, section 3. So we're on line 7 of page 49. As you recall from November, there was discussion about the account 1 and account 2 small water project programs and the removal of the sunset date of, I believe, July 1st, 2025. You can see in the staff comment there. And so the commission took the action to remove those at the November meeting. So that's how it's shown in the bill here. And because those were complete sections, 99.3, 1903K, 9, then those were repealed. So those sunset dates for both accounts are repealed in section 3. And the last thing I believe would be, let me find it here. Bear with me here, I gotta find my place. So page 51, actually page 50. So this is where section 7 at the bottom of the page there, and you see the staff comment. In November, we talked about removing the SLIB authorization for the LaPrelle project and the Goshen project. But then in further conversations with the AG's office, they felt like since we're doing this, it's probably going to be cleaner if we also remove that from the Fontenelle project, just because, again, the difficulties in SLIB and them not dealing with this type of work ever, for that matter. So you may consider on page 52, that first paragraph. I'll start on line 2 at the end of that sentence. So no funds shall be expended from this appropriation until the negotiated purchase agreement is approved by the Water Development Commission and the governor, and the State Loan and Investment Board authorizes purchase of water storage capacity in Fontenelle, or I'm sorry, as a water development program construction project. If you were to entertain something here, You might think about removing, so on line 6, we would remove the last "and" in the sentence. All of line 7, line 8 authorizes the, and then purchase of, and then add in some language and remove some more. So I'll just read what it would read. So no
Line
fund.
7's gone, line 8's gone, then what?
Line 8's gone, but water storage would remain. Line 9, only capacity would remain. You would strike the rest of the paragraph there after capacity and insert "in Fontenelle Reservoir." And then one other thing, going back to line 8, where you struck all the way to "purchase of," you would insert "to acquire." So I'll read it. No funds shall be expended from this appropriation until the negotiated purchase agreement is approved by the Water Development Commission and the governor to acquire water storage in Fontenelle Reservoir.
Is capacity in or out?
In.
Water storage capacity?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
All right, did everyone get that? Okay. Go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to see if that we can figure out a way to make it maybe read a little better. And I'm just going to talk out loud, Madam Chair. So if we're looking at line 2, no fund shall be expended from this appropriation until the negotiated purchase agreement to acquire water storage capacity in Fontenelle Reservoir is approved by the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the governor. I think what I'm trying to get after is just the condition is clear, that it just seems a little discombobulated the other way. So I'm curious if that achieves the same objective, Director, if we were to wordsmith that a little bit more.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I think that would work fine.
So, Madam Co-Chair, I would make that motion. So the paragraph would read, starting on line 2, no fund shall be expended from this appropriation to acquire.
Senator Ellis, we haven't quite moved.
Oh,
the bill
that's
yet.
right.
So could we
Anyway,
could
hold
you
off.
make that amendment at the appropriate time?
Yes, thanks. Sorry about that,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
You're fine.
Madam Chair, if I just point out one thing just for clarification in case you get questions during session. On page 50.
Which page?
Page 50. Sorry, I need to talk into the microphone. Page 50. Okay, so section 5 is where the funds are transferred from the general fund to Water Development Account 1, and that's that $4,497,150. That's the price of construction for both the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board project and the Happy Valley project combined, okay? And then in section 6, the $2,196,000 from the general fund to account 2, that's the Ranchester transmission line. So I just didn't want anybody to get confused on why $4.5 million in section 5. Well, it's those two projects, Bighorn and Happy Valley, added up, okay?
And then we'll have another one because we did
Oh.
UW, right?
Yes.
Well, and
That wasn't a
Sheridan,
planning bill.
Well,
Sheridan.
Sheridan Northeast.
yeah, Sheridan will be added, correct?
So that'll increase section 5, I believe.
Section 5 would be where we would add Sheridan.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
could
Representative.
you reiterate or ask the director what that was on section 5, the additions again? I apologize. There was 3 of them, I think, total.
Go ahead, if you
Yeah,
could reiterate
Section
that.
5 then would be the totals of the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board, Lucerne Tank and Pump Station. So on your summary sheet, that's the very first project on the construction bill summary sheet. Has a 3 next to it because it's on page 3 of the bill. And then the other project in section 5 would be the Happy Valley Water Transmission and Storage. And that's the very last project on that summary sheet. It's got a 46 next to it. So those two numbers combined. And then you're adding in, it sounds like, the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Main Extension I believe the number was 1,755,000. So that'll get added to that total in section 5.
What was that number again?
I think it's 1,755,000. That's the 50% of construction cost.
Thank you.
And you got the section 6 is Ranchester. Okay.
All right. Any further questions for the director? Further questions? Seeing none. Any further comments from you, Director? All right.
Madam Chairman, I don't believe so.
All right, then we'll go to public comment on the omnibus water bill construction. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Chair, I believe Senator Dockstader and Happy Valley folks are online.
Wonderful. Good to see you today. Thank you for being with us. Go ahead and proceed with your public comment.
Thank you, Senator Steinmetz. I'm Melissa Granny. I'm a board member of the Happy Valley Water Improvement and Service District. I'm joined with Mark Erickson, another board member, and Representative Allred. And we're just voicing our support of the bill and hoping that the funds will be available.
All right, are there any questions for Happy Valley?
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, so my question is, are all of your easements in place or not? We kind of heard maybe they weren't, but are they? And if they're not, are they close?
We've been working on that for probably 8 months now. We're regionalizing the system too, and so we've had a surveyor, collect and make sure as we regionalize the system that all of the easements are there. Mark, do you know exactly how close they are?
They're mapping it out. They can give you anything from Sherman? Yeah, they're not complete yet.
Yeah.
And then the tank isn't complete.
Yeah, I think it's close. They're in the mapping process, but it is certainly close, and it's been something we've been working on for a while.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And then it looks like Senator Dockstader might be above you there with the other people, or is he in the room with you?
He's not there.
Senator Dockstader is not here, no, with us. We didn't have the link, and so he sent his over so we could comment.
All right, well, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in the room there?
Madam Chairman.
All right, Senator Hicks has a question
Yeah,
for you.
so we've got a footnote on no, I don't believe a footnote, but where are we at with the formation of a district? Or was that the separate project for the strawberry that was, all right. So this is actually an extension of the existing district as the sponsor, correct? Happy Valley?
Madam Chair, they're a public.
They're a public entity.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay, all right, we're good. We were confused with another project, so that's not a question for you. Thank you so much. And thanks for being with us today and giving public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, is there any further public comment in the room or online? Going once, going twice. Public comment is closed. Back to the committee.
Move the bill.
Moved by Summers, seconded by Garou. Discussion on the bill amendments.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, even if I lose the amendment, I'm going to bring it. I want to remove unobligated from the draft and bring the language back to the historical language that's been in the water bill. I think it's a good idea for the legislature to see when and completely understand and approve when we continue to let projects roll forward. And so I want to remove the word unobligated.
Second.
Moved by Summers, seconded by Hicks. Any discussion? Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That amendment has been adopted. David, did you get that? Thank you. All right, any further amendments to the construction bill?
Madam Chair.
Yes, yes, David first, and then we'll go to you, Representative Yen. Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify as that amendment was made, just in case it becomes a question that the committee sees in the planning bill, unobligated is used, and that is historical practice. So if there's a question of, hey, you didn't take it out, well, it's just in the construction that it's been practice to have unexpended. Planning, for at least the last decade, it's been unobligated language in the planning bill. So
All right, that is noted, but you know that as the closer we get to session, the less our brains function, so you may have to remind us. All right. Representative Yen.
Madam Chairman, I just want to clarify for procedural issues on what happened with the Sheridan motions. So the Sheridan motions, are they going to apply to this bill after it's been sponsored? And so all of that language is already in there within this motion, essentially?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification, so thank you.
Do we need to add it, David, or was that? I mean, technically, the bill hadn't been moved, so if you want us to redo that, we absolutely could. However, we dealt with it in the past as a separate, do we want to sponsor this? That's how we did it at the commission, but we weren't working with a bill there in a legislative process. So I understand, that's a great question. So David, give us some advice on that.
Madam Chair, I think best practice, it might be prudent to address it as an amendment now to the bill as well, even though the committee did already address it. I also wanted to clarify, because it wasn't specifically addressed, that it would be out of general funds. And that was kind of
correct. Yes.
the discussion, but anyway, Madam Chair, I do think it makes sense to incorporate
Okay.
that now.
All right, so would you read back our amendment to us, and then we'll have someone move it and second it, and we'll have it exactly correct in the bill. And please specify that it would have been general fund, because that was the intention. That way, the public, all of us, the project sponsors, everyone knows exactly what we're doing. How does that sound?
Madam Chair, I think the motion then could just be to fund the Sheridan Northeast Transmission Main 2023 project and do that out of general funds.
Certain 65.
At 50/50.
Exactly, at the 50/50.
Grant to loan ratio, and it was a.
And it had
an
the
amount of-
contingency that the county commissioners
And the SAW board
and the SAW board had to,
have to provide
or
support.
that they had to have approved it as well, but I don't
Approved
like the
it,
term
yeah.
approved, so, but that they had to be on board with it as well, and I'll tweak the language.
Yeah,
I
yes.
think that what we need, Madam Chairman, we just need to know that there was an affirmative vote by a majority of the members, right?
To support.
To support it,
Support
yeah.
That's all we need.
Yep.
All we need. Because they're not putting it.
And yeah, we need some kind of documentation to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Does everybody, okay, we've got it, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion, further discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that, opposed, no. The motion has passed. We are back on the bill.
Madam Chairman,
Senator Hicks?
question for the director. So when we're done with this bill and with the changes that we've made with the University of Water Resources, what will be the balance in account 1 to, any idea? So we basically took out 200,000 of obligations onto the account 1.
So
So what's that
Madam-
leave the remaining balance?
Madam Chair, we also, from the November meeting, included elk and strawberry. So we would be right around 12,500,000, I believe,
Before
in account 1 for next
we
year.
started.
Yeah, we had, I don't know if these are exactly right, but this is what we had in November. After all of our recommendations, we had a balance in account one of $12,834,628. We would then take out $500,000 because our original recommendation on those two master plans, those got added back in. So that would then be $12,334,628. And now we're adding back in the $199,108. So I'll say $200,000. So it's about $1,534,000-ish.
Okay.
And
need
that
the
is the
exact numbers?
remaining balance.
12 million.
I'm sorry, 12 million. So about 12,500,000.
Okay, so that's prior to, that's the remaining balance after all of the water, everything has been accounted. I'm trying to get to what's the balance in account one when we get done with this appropriation in the two water bills.
That should be.
Is there
what I
going to be
just-
a remaining balance?
Yeah, because this is the first year of the biennium, so we're trying to spend 50% now and 50% next year, because we don't know what kind of projects we're going to have next year, or small water or regular projects.
Go ahead if you'd like to phone a friend.
Madam Chairman, David Ray, Fiscal Manager for the office. Director Mead, I think, clarified there, but just to add to that, that number that we started with is a biennial number based on the projected revenue through the full biennium. So the balance would be what was left for the second year projects next year.
Okay, so this is going to lead me into the question. So under these bills, they're all anticipated for those expenditures to be available after July 1st, correct? Unless they're effective immediately,
I think they're.
because it's the biennium funding bill.
Madam Chairman, these projects would be effective immediately.
These are all effective immediately.
So we're using the second half of the biennium available budget with this bill.
Using the first half.
Then how are you spending money you haven't got? This is what's in the account. We're carrying it forward to the next biennium.
Madam Chairman, part of what we would be appropriating and then obligating for this year's projects would be revenue that we're projected to receive in this fiscal year 2024. No, 2020, I apologize, 2025, the first year of the biennium. Did that make sense? I muddied that a little bit, but we're the projects that we're going in this omnibus bill are considered that revenue that we'll receive in 2025, the first year of the biennium. Now,
But they can't start until the revenues are, and that doesn't happen until July 1st when the new fiscal year starts, correct?
Madam Chair, we have an active balance in our account because we're in various, I guess, parts of states of, thank you, states of construction and planning projects. And so if it's July 1st, 2024 is the beginning of the fiscal year 25, then we are really just getting started on planning and construction projects coming out of March and then getting contracts and agreements signed.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to. What is the unobligated balance in account one after we get done with the water bills based on what you currently have in the projected revenue?
That's the number I gave you. So it will be for next year. After this, after these bills go through, we would have $12,533,736 for projects next year.
And Madam
remaining.
Chairman, that includes projected revenue for fiscal year 26, the last year of the biennium, that we haven't recognized yet, right?
All right. So I'm just going to stop there, but there's a lot of things going on with project funding within the department and other agencies that have a big interplay on all of this stuff. We don't want to get into that now, but when we get into the session, there may be some project amendments to address that issue.
Okay,
Once we know what the final recommendation out of the JAC is.
all right. All right, is there anything else?
Did you want
Any
language?
other amendments? Oh, go ahead.
I was just looking at my colleague. You were talking about did we do the authorization language in the other bill? Or you were talking about some authorization?
That's the addition to the, so we can, if we want to include that, let's have a discussion on that. And then if we need to, Madam Chairman, if we could hold the final vote open
All right.
We may
so-
have to go back and open up the planning bill, but we could do that by just bringing that back. But let's have the discussion and see if there's any need at this time.
Okay, we can do that.
Madam Chair, I would just also ask if anybody wants to consider the language change to the Fontenelle Reservoir.
Right, we weren't quite done with amendments quite yet, so I think Senator Ellis has that language.
Whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
Go right
Move on
ahead.
Page 52, line 4, after the word appropriation, insert to acquire water storage capacity in Fontenelle Reservoir. And then on line 6, after the word governor, insert a period and strike the remainder of the paragraph.
All right, do I have a second? Second. It's been moved
Madam
and
Chairman.
seconded. Discussion, go ahead, Representative Green.
Did you mean to put it after agreement? Because I believe that's what you had proposed before on line 5 and not after appropriation. Because after appropriation, it reads a little weirder to me.
Madam Chair, I'll read the whole intended language. No fund shall be expended from this appropriation to acquire water storage capacity in Fontenelle Reservoir until the negotiated purchase agreement is approved by the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the governor. I think that sounds okay.
All right. I think
Unless you,
so,
but
too.
if Representative Yin has a suggestion, I think that makes sense.
I do too.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, I'm fine with that.
All right, thank you. All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That motion has passed. Are there any other amendments to the bill? Any other amendments? Anything we've missed, Director, that we needed to amend?
Madam Chair, I do not believe so.
All right. Seeing none, we will call the roll on the omnibus water construction bill.
Madam Chair, this is a roll call on 24 LSO 0428 as amended. Senator Ellis. Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kolb.
Aye.
And Madam Chair, I believe we lost Senator Larson, Dan, from the Zoom.
Excused.
Representative Conrad.
Aye.
Representative Craigo. Representative Larson, JT.
Aye.
Representative Nyman.
Aye.
Representative Yin.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Summers.
Aye.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Aye.
So we have 11 aye and 1 excused.
All right, thank you, Donna. We appreciate that. And David, you're all good on all of our work there? Okay, sounds good. We'll go on to our next item, which is the Alkali Creek Reservoir update. Director Mead, if you'd like to walk us through the update on that, and thank you for providing the one pager to us and our materials.
So Madam Chair, we have John Joyce with the Norwood Watershed Improvement District online, I believe, or will be online shortly. And then I would ask that Derek Thompson and Mark Donner with Tri-Hydro also come up. So just some of the folks that may not be familiar with this project is that this is up in the Bighorn Basin. It's a proposed roughly 9,000 acre foot new reservoir near Hyattville, Wyoming. That's more or less an off-channel reservoir that would be filled with existing irrigation ditches out of Medicine Lodge and Paint Rock Creeks with the Anita Supplemental and the Anita Ditch. Permits are in place, designs at approximately 50%, and now we are trying to work through permanent and temporary easements. And there's roughly 7 landowners that we are working with to acquire easements, or that the district is working with. And there was a mediation process through the Department of Ag that was offered up to those 7 landowners.
Let's stop just a minute till we get everybody's, okay, we've had to excuse quite a few people because they have other meetings, but we want to hear this, and so we don't want to be disrespectful. So we're going to excuse Senator Guru and all the other people over here for their next meetings, and then we're going to be quiet and we're going to listen to the director. So thank you, please proceed.
Okay, so there were 7 landowners that mediation was offered to. 3 of those landowners took up that offer, and there were 4 of the 5 Norwood Watershed Improvement District members that attended that mediation. Derek Thompson with Tri-Hydro, and then Bill Brewer, our Deputy Director of Construction, were at those in late November up in the basin there. I think it was fruitful conversations, got folks back to the table, and I think some of the others that didn't participate, there's avenues with some of them where they didn't feel mediation was required. Some of them are kind of waiting to see what happens, and there was one that didn't respond at all. But I think the overall theme of the conversations was that there's a lot of interest to see the Anita Ditch put into a pipe. And then also probably to start developing some specific language, easement language, that some of those landowners that did participate could review and understand a little bit better what the legalese would look like. So in regards to the Anita Ditch pipe, we have directed Tri-Hydro then to start looking into, is it feasible to put the Anita Ditch into pipe or not, because it's very gently sloped, and to understand, what those additional costs would be. And that's outside of the scope of their design project right now. So we're going to be using some discretionary funds to do that, and it might lead to needing some additional funds in the future to compensate depending on where we go with this. So with that, I would hand over just for a few minutes to Tri-Hydro to explain maybe a little bit more about the Anita Ditch and what that might look like and looking into that. And then I would ask Donna if she could pull up those figures that I provided you. The map. Actually, the timeline, I think the first page of the timeline is actually a map, isn't it? Yeah, open that timeline one. All right. Yeah.
All right, please tell us your name, and we heard you're from Tri-Hydro, but go ahead and state that for the record.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Derek Thompson with Tri-Hydro, the Assistant Project Manager on the project. And in regards to the Anita Ditch, Jason is right. Through mediation, one of the kind of big things that came out of it from every one of the discussions was putting the Anita Ditch into a pipe. The Anita Ditch is over 100 years old. It currently is an existing open ditch that irrigates, 4 or 5 miles? And for this project specifically, we'd be looking at 4.3 miles of just the Anita Ditch. There's also a supplemental ditch called the Anita Supplemental that brings water over from another basin, the Paint Rock Creek Basin, into Medicine Lodge, which then goes into the Anita Ditch. With the ditch to pipe, we'd be looking at flows ranging anywhere from 10 CFS, which would be when they're irrigating during the normal season, and then to fill the reservoir up to 120 CFS. So there's a wide range of flows there that we're having to deal with, which is one of the challenges with the ditch to pipe itself. Like Director Mead said, the ditch is very flat through that section. So getting water to the reservoir is difficult while also trying to meet irrigation needs. We are currently just through the conceptual design with the project looking at one large pipe. It looks like maybe a 72-inch would support the flows that we need to fill the reservoir, or going to kind of a twin pipe, which would be 2 48-inch pipes. But when you do that over 4 miles, costs go up considerably. And that's kind of where we're at the moment.
So why I wanted Tri-Hydro to come and present that is we could be looking at tens of millions of dollars by putting the ditch in a pipe, but we're going to look into that and understand what those costs would be. It would be a benefit to landowners up there, water quality, et cetera. So we also look into what potential other funding sources might be available for something like that. And then just really, I think in regards to the mediation, I think it has been helpful to get some folks back to the table. Ultimately, we don't want the project to negatively impact landowners up there. That's why we want to work with them to, if anything, improve their operations. So we're committed to continue to do that. I think John Joyce is on the line if you had any questions for him with the district, and or if you have any other questions in regard to the mediation, we'd be happy to answer them.
Let's go to Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, Derek, I mean, this is not on, I mean, 99% of the irrigation canals in Wyoming are over 100 years old, and due to river down cutting, they become flat and excessively hard to continue to build higher diversions and stuff. But dealing with the pipe hydraulics here, within the concept of putting in the pipe, was there going to be any looking at moving the point of diversion to gain some hydraulic head associated with the operation of the, and that's something that we look at is what we find out routinely. Rather than build bigger and higher, more expensive diversions, just by moving the point of diversion, we can gain a lot of elevation, and even in pipe ditches and stuff, changes the pipe hydraulics because of the location of the invert versus the outlet. So on those flat ditches, is that in conceptual? So if you run into the issue of, it's too flat and all of a sudden you take a giant pipe or a square type lining pipe system versus an HPE, is it part of the feasibility to look at, see what the impact of moving the point of diversion would do on those pipe hydraulics and those costs?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Senator.
Yeah, close.
Senator Hicks. Yes, that has been taken into consideration. I'm sorry with the map, it's kind of hard to see there, but where the current point of diversion is, there's a bridge upstream and downstream of it. When we looked at moving the point of diversion upstream, it has come up. We've looked into, I guess, moving it upstream of the most upstream bridge. But with that, there's a landowner that has voiced that they are not interested in the project and they will not allow us to move the point of diversion up to that point. So as of right now, we have pulled that off the table. Mark, would you like to add?
Madam Chair, Mark Donner with Tri-Hydro. A little bit of clarifying point. The other challenge we have in terms of moving that head gate upstream is the connection with the Anita supplemental ditch. So that ditch comes over, connects Paint Rock Creek to Medicine Lodge Creek, and that dumps in not too far upstream of the main diversion for the Anita ditch. So you are somewhat limited, as Derek said, there's some landowner constraints, the way that the bridges are set up there, but also looking at where that Anita supplemental ditch comes in as well, which does provide water that would also help fill the reservoir. We have looked at the option of maybe you could move upstream and pipe over a different diversion point from Paint Rock Creek to Medicine Lodge Creek. But again, you also run into, now we're impacting additional landowners, additional costs to move that and impacts. We've had some initial discussions there, and the landowners were lukewarm at best for that, just the concern of putting in a new pipe where none exists now.
Do you have a follow-up or?
No, I just think I wouldn't just throw it out because we may run into hydrological constraints that drive the cost up, that although we're back to looking at it as a potential reasonable alternative.
All right, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess could you please, I don't have the background on this. What drove this whole conversation to do this and expend potentially, a lot of money? How did we get here? Could you help me? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb. So this project's been going on since 2007. Through that, it went through the water development process. We really started on 60% design in 2020, 2021 timeframe. And then easement discussions also started in 2021. Through those discussions, we were able to get some of the landowners. There's 12 different land parcels along the Anita ditch itself. And we're able to get a majority of the ditch, about 84% of it, with easements on it. And there's some holdouts with some of the different landowners that, maybe wanted certain things to be done, or they just didn't agree with easement at all. And so through that process, we were instructed through the Norwood Watershed Improvement District that if things were going to continue to move forward with discussions with these easements, that maybe some legal actions needed to be looked at. Through that, some of the landowners had reached out to different senators, representatives, and so that happened in, I believe, the May timeframe. And then just through discussions with the board, I believe Select Water had met with some of the upper landowners that were maybe, I'm not going to say against the project, but didn't want to put easements in place. Senator Hicks recommended going through the Department of Ag and the mediation process with those remaining landowners that did not have an easement in place. And through that process, the Norwood Watershed Improvement District submitted a request to Wyoming Department of Ag in September. And then like Director Mead pointed out, she had reached out to 7 different landowners, and we had the mediation meetings at the end of November. And that's kind of where we're at this current time.
Go ahead, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I didn't mean that history. I mean, what's the reason? Is it because of loss of water, leakage, seepage, hydrology? Why are you doing this? I understand you're dealing with right of ways. I meant, why did you start this whole darn project to begin with?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the project to begin with was to address late season irrigation water shortages. That's the purpose of the project. And in that watershed, we are flush with water, as we are in many watersheds in the state in the spring, particularly runoff. So the intent is to capture that early season runoff, store it, and then allow us to apply that beneficially later in the season, and help us provide some level of certainty to those producers up there. So maybe in some cases they can produce higher level crops. In other places, maybe they get another cutting if they're doing some sort of grass hay or alfalfa.
All right, you got it. Got a thumbs up. All right. It looks like Mr. Joyce is online. If he'd like to provide any comments or if anyone has questions for him, welcome to the Select Water Committee.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much for having me, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. And if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer. I would just say this area in the Bighorn Basin receives 5 to 6 inches of precipitation annually. That's our average. So irrigation for us is not, it doesn't fill in between rains. Most of our precipitation comes as snow in the mountains, which Mark talked to about. It runs off and goes to Montana. So this is a very important project to us and would make a big difference for us to have later season irrigation for our fields.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Joyce? All right, thank you all for your hard work on this. We appreciate it. We're thankful that the landowners are feeling more comfortable. We never want our projects to be causing harm or impact people detrimentally, so thank you. With that, I think that concludes Alkali Creek. We'll take any, it doesn't look like we have any public comment in the room, any public comment online. Seeing none, we will close public comment on the Alkali Creek Reservoir update. And that leads us to our amended topic. We'll turn it over to Senator Hicks to talk about the federal grants and Director Mead. Who wants to do the intro onto the grants that might be available and what we might need to put in place in order to receive those? Obviously, we have lost our quorum, so there will be no amending to the bills we've already passed because we quite frankly don't have enough people to do that. So it will just be a discussion, and obviously we'll have to amend that during session if something is required. Do we have a quorum?
Madam Chair, I believe you have 7. So
Well, oh yeah, Chip's still, who all is still online? Okay, oh, we might have it.
I was kind of wondering if 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got a quorum.
We have 7. Okay, we
got
could.
8.
All right, all right. Okay, so we could, because JT popped off there for a moment. He was gone. All right, so let's have this discussion and consider what we need to do in order to be ready to help our producers over in the Colorado River Basin, so.
Madam Chair, I believe State Engineer Gebhardt and Chris Brown from the AG's office stepped out for just a second, but when they come back in, I'll have them join us up here as well because they're going to have
Should
probably
we
more
take
information
why
on
don't we take
Inflation
a
Reduction.
5-minute break, go find them and do a couple of other things we might need to do, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right. We'll get started. We're passing a few pieces of paper out over here. So who would like to start us off?
I'll start.
All right.
Morning, Madam Chair. I'm Patrick Kent. I'm with the Wyoming Attorney General's Office. What you have in front of you are two pieces of proposed legislation that cover the federal funding that Senator Hicks brought up at the outset of this meeting. The first one of those, it has yellow highlighting on the introductory paragraph. That language pertains to the IRA funding. The second one has yellow and blue highlighting in the first paragraph. That language pertains to the RCPP funding. And we'll start with the first one of those, the IRA funding. And essentially what this language does, it would add a new section to the planning bill, clarifying water development's authority in regard to the IRA funding that's out there. And I think at this point, it's also important to know that we're working with imperfect information. So this is it's pretty generalized language, just giving the commission authority to enter into contracts with the Bureau of Reclamation to essentially spend IRA money for drought mitigation projects in the Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin. So that's what this language does. If you're going through the bill, you'll see Section F. There's been some discussion about this as to whether or not water development can utilize this money to contract with private entities for qualifying drought mitigation projects. We believe that is possible. However, we've put this language in this proposed draft to ensure that there's no confusion over whether or not a sponsor utilizing this IRA money would have to be a public entity, because typically that is the case. And I'd take questions if you have them, or for Chris or for Brandon, if you guys have any questions in regard to that proposed language for the IRA funding.
Well, I think we need to back up just a little bit and tell us what opportunities are available, what the projects are. We know it's the Inflation Reduction Act. We know that, but for people, citizens that might be listening online today, I don't know if they really understand what we're doing here, and I'm not sure we do yet either. So if we could kind of go over what programs are available, why we're looking at this, what they might apply to, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thanks. Chris Brown with the Attorney General's Office. And we weren't able to choreograph well enough, I suppose, to put together a story from the beginning to the end. So Patrick kind of started at the end.
That works fine. That's why we need to know the story.
I'm going to try to provide kind of a high level with regard to the Inflation Reduction Act and take it to today as far as what we know, what's the state of play, what are the possibilities in our portion of the Colorado River Basin, and then State Engineer Gebhardt, I'm sure, can fill in any gaps that I might miss. So I think, as most of the committee members know, because we've been here quite a bit talking about the Colorado River, there's been an intense amount of attention paid to the Colorado River Basin by the federal government, trying to mitigate the impacts of the declining water supply. In the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed this year, I don't know, I'm losing track of time, but I think it was just the beginning of this year. $4 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for drought mitigation type projects in the Colorado River Basin and other basins that were of the same experience, a similar level of drought. Since that point in time, so it was appropriated to the Department of the Interior, ultimately the Bureau of Reclamation, to expend those funds to come up with programs in order to spend that money in the Colorado River Basin. At the outset, the Commissioner of Reclamation decided to break it into two tranches, essentially. One as kind of a stopgap to fund very temporary type compensated water conservation type projects. The idea being that we were seeing some incredibly critical reservoir elevations on the Colorado River last year. And so the intent was to try to stopgap with some very immediate temporary type reductions. That came in the form in the lower basin of a system conservation pilot program, although they call it something just a little bit different, where, and I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but a large amount of money, 300 million for some reason is in my head, was spent on temporary voluntary reductions in the lower basin. Those projects in the lower basin ultimately between now, 2023 and 2026 will equate to about 2.5 million acre feet in compensated reductions in the lower basin. In the upper basin, that first tranche equated to the system conservation pilot program that the 4 upper division states implemented last year. Wyoming participated in that. Of the $4 billion, the Secretary dedicated $500 million to the upper basin, which is, I think, in response primarily to the vast majority of the problem and the vast majority of the water uses in the lower basin. So from the big $4 billion piece, $500 million was dedicated to the upper basin. Of that $500 million, $125 million was committed to the system conservation pilot program in the upper basin, which has the potential to run from 2023 to 2026. It will get approved by the Upper Colorado River Commission on a yearly basis, but the commission approved it for 2023 and has already approved it for 2024. So what we're talking about now is the remaining, and Reclamation is still working on this, but what is left out of the upper basin's $500 million, which they're thinking now is probably $400 million. Don't think we're going to spend the full $125 on the temporary and voluntary. So about $400 million left for different types of projects in the upper basin. And what we're focused primarily on are longer-term water conservation type projects. The IRA legislation also has carve-outs for projects with environmental benefits and projects that would restore ecosystem damages as a result of climate change. And so the Bureau of Reclamation is currently in the process of trying to figure out, because I will tell you the Inflation Reduction Act language associated with this money is very poorly written. It got basically written in a weekend right before the Inflation Reduction Act passed. And so there's a whole lot of questions about what some of it means, what it can be applied to. Just as a general takeaway, it's very broad. And so because it's very broad, Reclamation doesn't have a lot of direction on exactly what it should be doing. And so they're trying to build a program basically from scratch. And so at this point in time, they're trying to figure out how to take these, this remaining $400,000 or so for these longer term conservation and environmental type projects, and how to break that up. How do you divvy that up? Do you divvy it up between sectors? Do you divvy it up between states? Do you save some for the ecosystem projects and save some for the water conservation type projects? They're still in the process of trying to figure that out. The legislation allows for grants, it allows for contracts, it allows for agreements, funding sharing agreements. They still haven't decided on exactly how that's going to work. From the beginning, as we've provided comments on this from the state of Wyoming's perspective, we provided comments on behalf of the Wyoming Water Development Office with the position that we would like water conservation type project funding from the IRA to run through the Water Development Office. And that's because that's kind of what the Water Development Office is in the business of doing. Identifying projects in Wyoming that make sense in Wyoming. And we thought that it would be more effective if the Wyoming Water Development Office was out trying to identify and develop these projects as opposed to the federal government trying to come into the Green River Basin in Wyoming and trying to figure out these projects. It also allows us, I think, a little bit of ability to control negative impacts that might occur if we don't have a good sense of what some of these projects might be. So where we're at right now is we're still working with the Bureau of Reclamation in the Upper Basin. The program, at least the RFP for the program and in the Lower Basin has already been put out, but it's really different because the Lower Basin is different than the Upper Basin. We're in the process right now. When I say we, I mean the state of Wyoming and the 4 upper division states working with the Bureau of Reclamation, trying to identify project criteria, what would qualify, what is necessary to in order for these monies to be spent, right? What are the accountings? What are everything that goes along with this? As part of that, we have always asserted that, again, we'd like the money to come through the state of Wyoming, through the Water Development Office. And what this piece of proposed legislation, as Patrick said, it's very general, it's very high level, is to make clear that the Wyoming Water Development Commission has the authority to both identify these projects according to the criteria that Reclamation is going to have to approve, but identify the projects and receive the funding in order to put these projects on the ground in Wyoming. I think it serves a couple of benefits to have some specific legislation, although I think we could probably argue that existing legislation, the commission may already have that authority. One, it just makes it exceptionally clear that the commission can tackle these kinds of projects for the purposes identified in the Inflation Reduction Act in the state of Wyoming. And as we have had discussions with Reclamation in the upper division states, there's, I think, a difference of preference as far as how to handle this. I think the state of Wyoming and perhaps the state of Colorado would prefer the funding. Maybe I got that wrong. I think it's Colorado. It's Utah. Wyoming and Utah would prefer to have the funding go through a state agency. So it's just a pass through, to have that federal funding pass through a state agency, whereas Colorado and New Mexico, I think, would prefer to have it go through the Upper Colorado River Commission. So we're wrestling with some of those questions on how to do that. In speaking with the United States Solicitor for Reclamation and one of the program managers, they thought it would be helpful if it was very clear to the federal family if we had explicit authority to run this funding through the Wyoming Water Development Commission as they're making these decisions on how best to run this program. I'm not sure if that was too much or too little, Madam Chair, but that's kind of a really high-level overview. As Patrick said, we're working with really incomplete information right now. And what this is attempting to do is just be prepared in the event Reclamation decides to contract with the state of Wyoming in order to put these funds on the ground.
So, Madam
right, Senator
Chairman,
Hicks.
so could we get the second half of that is now the NRCS RCPP funding, which is, anyway.
Yeah.
So this all fits together because the language in here includes both programs, so.
So Madam Chair, after talking with Senator Hicks, who's familiar with the NRCS Regional Conservation Partnership Program, and realizing that in talking with some of the NRCS folks that funding from Ag, USDA can potentially be matched with funding from the Bureau of Reclamation through the Department of Interior. Our office, through Chase Tavelli, who's sitting over here in the audience, applied for RCPP funding in the Colorado River Basin within Wyoming, and were successful in getting $25 million for the same types of projects that the IRA funding would be looking at completing. We actually used in the NRCS standard practice list of projects as far as agricultural projects when we responded to the IRA funding solicitation. So we've got that in place now as well, and have the same, I guess, desires to make sure that the commission, the Water Development Office, has the authorities to administer that funding as well, just very similarly to the IRA funding, to possibly supplement that funding. And because it's a 50% match typically, so you could essentially take the 25 million and turn it into 50 million by matching it with some of those IRA dollars and getting that much more conservation on the ground in the basin.
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, so how much money will Wyoming get likely out of the IRA?
Madam Chair, I think that's still some of the details we're working through. We have not had the discussion with Reclamation. It does play into how does the funding roll? If all 4 states are getting a certain percentage, or if it's going to go to individuals, is it first come, first serve? That's still some of the things that we're trying to do. But one of the values I see of running through a state agency like Water Development is we can aggregate and we can have a large pool ready at the same time. That was one of the things that Reclamation discussed, that they would like to see is some entity that can aggregate projects rather than them having to contract with individuals throughout the upper basin. And so that was part of the thinking of mine was let's aggregate as much as we can. I think there's a lot of value in combining funding and bring a full package of projects rather than just individual projects to that.
So follow up.
Go ahead.
So I would assume that the states that are thinking to have the Upper Colorado run the program, they're hoping they can get more than maybe their share out of it. So how do we preserve our share of that?
Madam Chair, there initially, before we've gotten to even the point that we're at now, there was some discussion, and it hadn't been decided, but there was discussion of just splitting it up 4 ways, the entire pot 4 ways. I hope that's the way it goes. I suspect that what will happen is there'll probably be an initial proposal, if we can aggregate enough projects. Here's our initial pot. I would think that the funding would be available for all of that. And then what we're suggesting is kind of a rolling application after that. So you split up the first tranche and you have a proposal date. Here's a whole bunch of projects. Let's get these going and then follow that up with projects as we get them developed and submitted to Reclamation. So it could be a lump sum initial and then projects to follow after that as they become ready.
Projects to follow, first come, first serve on a basin-wide thing, or still would be Wyoming's dollars, Colorado dollars?
I think that's yet to be determined. I don't know, Representative Summers.
Madam Chair.
All right. Do you have a follow-up, and then we'll let you?
I do have one more follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
The
go
other.
ahead. Oh, you go ahead,
Yep.
and then Chris can go.
Thanks. The other follow-up I have is on the practices. So, obviously I know what we submitted, which was basically the NRCS list. And so is the fight bureau not reacting, not deciding what to do, or is the upper basin stuck on its not being able to solve their differences?
Those are still conversations. We haven't even gotten to the point of, yes, these are eligible projects or not. We're still trying to influence what the criteria can be, work with Reclamation to help define what types of projects can be funded by that. We haven't had feedback yet on exactly what that would be.
Madam, just to follow up. So
All right.
So is the holdup Bureau of Rec, or is the holdup the upper basin? Who's holding it up?
Right now, it's bandwidth, probably between both. But we continue to meet, but things have been hot and heavy. Reclamation resources have been stretched thin as the states. I don't know that there's one entity to point at. It's working together to try to get this out with the resources we have.
All right. Chris, did you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to provide some clarification just to make sure we're thinking about the full potential on how this might get split up. And I think Brandon's absolutely correct from the beginning. The states were thinking about splitting it up 4 even ways. And we've definitely, at least Wyoming has, I have as recently as this week, communicated that would be our desire to do something along those lines. But it's not just a potential state divvying up as well. As I mentioned, there's some projects identified in the IRA for environmental benefits and for ecosystem restoration. And my expectation would be is that they might carve out some piece for those as well that aren't state specific. And so I just want you to be aware. And then the federal legislation also specifically identifies the ability to contract with basin tribes. And so they might carve out something specific there as well. So I just want you to fully understand it might be more pieces of a pie than just 4.
So, Madam Chairman, on
Just
that,
1 minute, because Senator Kolb was
Okay.
next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question, timelines. Does anyone know with any certainty anything about when this may happen? I mean, I just like your opinion, obviously, at this point.
Madam Chair, Senator Kolb, what we're hearing right now is desire to roll the program out sometime between March and June, with preference closer to March.
Okay. All right.
so
Senator Hicks.
Chris, back to the, let's call it the environmental bucket, carve out there. And under this framework, and this would be kind of a question for Director Mead. Now that's while they consider maybe environmental projects in the small water program are eligible, but typically don't fund large conservation, wildlife, restoration type projects. And so I'm just wondering if we don't know how much money's in there, but just in the case that there's some money in there and it's eligible for the states to administer, would we not, and this would be a question for the director too, would we not want to include the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund in here, and rather than burden Water Development Office with reviewing applications and administering, most of these are probably going to be aquatic habitat projects that it's a little bit stretched for the Water Development Program, other than they do fund a few of these through their small water program. If that was available, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the director because I haven't talked about it, but it seems to me like we would say this is the logical entity in the state of Wyoming because they're going to leverage all those funds also. And then include Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund here, and then try to gather up some of those funds and enhance the trust funds ability to deliver mitigation projects in the Colorado River Basin, or what's your thoughts?
Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, I'm not sure I have any terrific thoughts with regard to that right now. I can tell you a couple of different things that might inform the way we think about that. In the Inflation Reduction Act, it requires the Bureau of Reclamation to contract with, provide grants to, the words it uses, with public entities, okay? And so under that construct, and the way we're thinking about it, the Wyoming Water Development Commission is the public entity to which they would have a contract, and then the Wyoming Water Development Commission would go out and identify the projects that would be eligible. Within those eligible projects, we could also identify the environmental projects if we liked. How there might be a crosswalk with the Natural Resource Trust, I would have to think about that more than just sitting here.
Well, and I think under that language that you provided, Madam Chairman, if I may, Water Development could probably just contract to the Wildlife Trust Fund instead of having two different entities contracting with the Bureau of Reclamation. We've got one contractual obligation. It's no different that we do with some of the other water development funds that are parsed out to the Department of Ag for water quality programs, and some of that stuff could probably operate under that auspice also. Just, there's money out there. We've got a really good program here in Wyoming that works through the trust fund, and we ought to try to drive some of these federal funds to enhance that program.
And Madam Chair, Senator Hicks, again, we're working with imperfect information at this time. But I think a value we saw as trying to run it through the commission was to have some of that flexibility that we might be able to have.
Madam Chair, I'd also mention, as you were involved in some of the conversations on the RCPP application and some of the partners that are coming to the table as far as conservation districts in the Colorado River in Wyoming and Nature Conservancy, Trout Unlimited, they've got some of that expertise as well and are going to be involved in developing some of those projects. So that would help as well on those environmental type projects. Because we know, as we talked at council state governments, negative impacts of potentially getting too conservative or too many conservation projects on the ground and what that can do to the environment and riparian areas and so on and so forth. So I think it's on everybody's radar, but that's good point.
So let me just kind of recap what I was hearing is that because the rules and how this program is actually going to work is really up in the air right now. What might be helpful to you is if we create a bucket so that we can collect some funds and then send them to the appropriate areas through the various channels we have already created as a state in order to utilize them and help our folks in the Colorado River Basin. Is that kind of the gist of what we're trying to do? Because we can't, I mean, we can only anticipate a little bit of what you see they're trying to do. Is that what these bills are trying to do, or is it something else? Am I on the right track?
Madam Chair, I would say that that is consistent with some of the things that we're suggesting to Reclamation on how to manage this money in our state.
Madam Chair, absolutely. I think it's designed, the design of these is simply to be prepared in the event that it unfolds in a way that we hope it will. With that said, I want to make a couple of disclaimers, and I think Patrick did it kind of at the beginning. Until we know precisely how these programs are going to work and how they might work together and what the requirements are, we've got some constitutional questions on Article 16.6 and 16.10 that we're going to have to make sure we wrestle with in a satisfactory way, depending on how this shakes out. So we could end up having the legislation. They could want to run the program in such a way that we think might cause us some issues. So I just want to put that disclaimer out there that we haven't come to a full conclusion on those questions yet.
Absolutely, because those would be questions I would have. I'm assuming you're working through public entities that are legal, so.
Madam Chair, not necessarily. And so part of what we would see as a benefit to this is if we're using, for example, the IRA funding and we're just a pass through of the federal funds and we're not spending any state dollars, then we might be able to get out of the prohibition with regard to the eternal works because it's the federal dollars they're going to spend anyway and we're just passing them through. Because the IRA requires the federal government to contract with a public entity, our hope would be, and especially in our portion of the Green River Basin where I think we've got a larger percentage of privately owned facilities than elsewhere in the state, that perhaps we could aggregate smaller projects and privately held ditches and then move it forward that way with those federal dollars where we don't have the same sort of public entity contracting issue under Article 16.10.
Okay. Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, and Senator Hicks, I've told him this and I've emailed you folks as well, but one thing I want to ensure is that there's equity in how this money is scattered around the basin. I just think that's important.
All right. Any further presentations, comments, or questions?
Madam Chairman, there's one other issue here, not specific to this. So if we move this forward, so as somebody that says, this is what I do for a living and my job is to get these programs on the ground. And so it's one thing to have all the money in the program. And whether it's NRCS Farm Bill, you got to comply with those federal regulations. And if it's BOR and they have regulations and design criteria and permit conditions and all of these things that we have to navigate. I say we collectively, the state, nor our federal partner currently has the ability to provide the technical assistance to get the projects underground. So let me see if I can illustrate this. So we've determined that a sprinkler because of water conveyance or canal lining, right, is eligible funding for NRCS people, and it's also eligible for funding, but they're not going to fund it until they have designs, specifications, plans. And so those have to be in place to be able to do this. And so what we're not looking at now is we've got the potential aggregated the program, we've got the money, and now we got to deliver. And this will get back to whatever happens with IRA, we want to be able to put as much of this money on the ground as quick as possible in case there's additional funds or some state can't spend their shares. We need to be on the ground. So one of the things that in my opinion, that we're going to have to do is to provide technical service providers, because this is, I work in an NRCS office. We had to hire our own engineer because the federal government couldn't provide engineering services 15 years ago. And so they lacked the capacity. And so typically in those proposals, they come back and say, what are you going to provide for your technical assistance? They will help fund some of that. My point is for us to be successful now and be able to go back and demonstrate that the state of Wyoming was able to deliver water conservation, water efficiency on the Colorado with all this money, we got to get projects on the ground. And you look at the timing phrase for these, even if all these funds are available in 2024, we don't have any designs or specifications or project developments and costs for materials and permit requirements, and all of this stuff has got to be in place. And so we need to figure out, and I think I've had some discussions with the director, we appropriated $500,000 to provide consulting services through the Water Development Commission for the Green River, Little Snake, Colorado River Basin in Wyoming. And so one of the things, and we don't have anything in front of us today, but I've asked the director to go back and look at it, is can we utilize those funds for the water development to provide those TSP services to those? It may be a ditch company, it may be an individual, farmer or rancher, it may be an organized canal company. We still have to have engineering services, even under an irrigation district. Typically, we through the program, we go out and we hire engineers through the state program. And so this is the one component for us when this money's all in place that to get this out and rolling and on the ground that we need to do this. And so my recommendation to the committee and discussion is we need to have the director go back, look at that language in there and make sure that it's broad enough that they could hire a technical service provider. Now keep in mind that NRCS, RCP money could potentially reimburse all those costs back to the state of Wyoming as a TSP. But if we don't have that ability to go out in each one of these communities and sit here and design the canals and the buried ditches and the gated pipe and the sprinklers and fix the leaky head gates and all that stuff, we're just not going to be able to deliver the program, and we're sitting here with millions. And time is in the essence. We need to start, we'll know sometime in March what this criteria, we already know what the RCPP looks like. We need to go out, and so that's the one side on the state side. There's some other things that we need to discuss with the Colorado River Advisory Group as to how we're going to do the applications and who's the sponsors and some of that stuff. That's in the works, I think, with that group to start looking at that. But so the second leg, Madam Chairman, is once we got all the money and it's in the agency's programs, now we got to deliver. And that's where I think we need to utilize this $500,000 we appropriated last year.
Okay, Senator Hicks, I have a question first, though. Does that relate to what you just said? Does that relate to either one of these bills, or is that a technical thing that you guys have to figure out
No.
after we do this?
Have to do the bill, and then you have to make sure
That's what
that
I'm
that
trying to find.
$500,000 can be utilized to deliver what the bills contemplate.
Okay.
Does that make
Yep,
sense?
it does. Okay, Representative Yin?
Madam Chairman, in some ways, I want to say that I completely agree with Majority Floor Leader Hicks, that if we don't have these projects in place, and we don't, frankly, if landowners don't even know that it's available for them to use, then we're going to waste the money. And I know one of the things that the federal government's contemplating is really just handing people money to not use water. And I think that is lighting money on fire, essentially. And so any way that we can use this to actually build infrastructure in the state of Wyoming, we need to take advantage of this in a real way. So I do think that it is super important to make sure that this authority exists, so we can get on the ground running sooner rather than later, because I would rather not give people money to not use water. I think that's a complete waste.
Thank you, Representative. All right, further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
just a real quick comment. in regards to some of the numbers that have been thrown around here, 375, $400 million from IRA, another 25 from RCPP, that's $400+ million. So if Wyoming were to get a fourth of that, because of the 4 upper basin states, $100 million worth of projects, $500,000 in engineering is not going to design $100 million worth of projects. So I think we need to push. Sounds like that was just a question I was asking State Engineer Gebhardt on whether or not the BOR funds can also be used for engineering. We know there's roughly $1 million in the RCPP money that is reimbursable for engineering. So just something to consider. 500,000 would not be enough to design that many projects.
Right, yeah. We've been watching the numbers for a few years now, and I agree with you. So, yeah, because
Each one of these would be a separate amendment, right? Well, I think we just do the one bill that has both.
I think, okay, let's talk about the bills. There's one with all yellow and one with yellow and blue, which I would ask, has this been posted, or this wouldn't be actually a bill, this is an amendment to our planning bill that we've already considered and passed, correct? Is that correct, Director?
Madam Chair, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat
Oh,
it?
that's all right. So this is an amendment to our planning bill that we've already passed earlier today. Is that correct?
I think
2 amendments.
It's, Madam Chair, I believe I can answer that. It
Yes.
would be 2 potential amendments to the planning bill. This is just a draft. That's why it's kind of formatted the way it is. It's not in proper format, which probably makes David nervous over there. But it's just a draft. This is what we want to do. We want to give the commission authority to be able to utilize funding from the IRA and from the RCPP. We believe this language would do that. It's still very broad, and we would hope to maybe figure out some more specifics of how the funding is going to be administered before we cement these amendments to the planning bill.
Madam Chair?
Senator Ellis.
So this is where I'm confused. We just worked this bill, so I'm wondering why these weren't brought when we were working the bill. And then that's question 1. And then question 2, are we being asked then to do like a motion to reconsider to somehow bring that bill back? We've already voted on it. So I'm struggling with the procedural part of it when we had an opportunity to work both these amendments a few hours ago, and I don't know why they weren't ready when we were working the bill.
That is a great point, Senator Ellis, and I'm not sure on that. We amended our agenda to accommodate, so that would be my question is, and I was just talking to the vice chairman here while you've been presenting this, is there's only 7 of us here. We just passed 8 now, passed a planning bill. That is one of the hallmark bills of the legislature. Do we need I guess I'm going to throw this out to the committee for a question. Do we want to come into session in one of our preliminary days and take this up with the entire committee, make sure our language is correct, and take an action then? Or, I mean, it feels very rushed today to me, and I heard about this on the phone knowing it was coming to us, and I'm definitely supportive of it, but I also want to do it correctly and in a transparent way. So suggestions from the committee.
So,
Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, the planning bill is a House bill, so what I would suggest is the Attorney General's office work with LSO, get us an amendment that conforms with what we do and not what you do. And then we can just bring it to the committee meeting on the House side, and wherever I said it, stand in committee minute and get it done.
Representative Summers, I would agree with that. The one concern I might have is, it will be the standing committee will be the Ag Committee. They haven't been here to hear these discussions, and I would just want to make sure that we could get it through.
Yeah, well, and it could be appropriations on my side, so I'll get the amendment in there.
All right. The privileges of leadership. All right, so I guess we have that. Does that
If
kind of
there's a
take
bit-
care of your concerns, Senator Ellis?
Madam Chairman, if there's a better solution on four, but I think if I fail on the House side, we'll have an equal opportunity and a little more time even to get it done on the Senate side. So we'll have some opportunities, I think.
Well, and we always, Mr. Speaker, we always like to see things go through I mean, all of those folks are getting experience and all of those things, so that's always a good thing, rather than bypassing necessarily, so,
Madam Chair,
yes.
would another
Senator Ellis.
alternative be for someone to bring these as a private bill?
No.
Yeah, I would foresee that being a bit of a problem, just because it's complicated.
Madam Chair, I do have one other question procedurally. With our existing bill that we passed to sponsor, is the title open enough for us to put this in as an amendment?
That would be a David question. That's a great question. David, would you like to?
Madam Chair, I actually haven't seen the proposed amendment, so I can't comment on whether or not it fits within
So
the
that
title.
will be something David will work on for
Madam-
us, I'm sure.
Madam Chair, I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. That's why
Okay.
I asked about the private bill.
Okay, thank you, Senator Ellis. So we'll research that. I'm really thankful you were here to provide us with this information. We'd like to help in any way we can, or speaking for myself anyway, and those few of us here. So I think we'd need a little more research. We thank you for your good work on it so far, but we want to make sure we're doing things exactly right. So,
Madam Chairman.
yes, Senator Hicks.
The only thing that I would say is if we do this and it's determined that the title's broad enough that after the director has a chance to review that $500,000 appropriation that we talked about from last year, that if it's determined that we needed to add or modify that language, that we do that. That is within the title because that's just amending an appropriation. So I think we could, but if it's determined that we need to do that, I just want to make sure that the committee's like, that would be something that was also picked up and done by the first standing committee that gets that.
Have you got that, David? He'll keep track of us. He's getting ready to herd the chickens. I can see his hook behind his chair. So go ahead.
Madam Chair, I guess I don't actually have much to add. As far as the question of beyond the title, again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know whether or not it would fit within the title. I was just chatting briefly with the director. Last year, we had the catch title of the bill, at least, was Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration. But the catch title actually doesn't have anything to do with the bill title, which is the section below. So I apologize.
No, don't
Madam Chair, but
apologize. We
I don't
we
have
threw you
that
a
information
curveball.
for you right now.
Yeah, no, we're going to have you work on that. That will go to the House Committee. Please collaborate with our good vice chairman here of the committee and we'll.
If we need to craft a bill, we'll get a bill.
A very fallback position.
Madam
Senator
Chair,
Ellis, go ahead.
it seems like if we crafted a bill, you could put a sunset in there so it's not in statute forever if you didn't want to just be doing session law. This is about authority of the commission, not about an omnibus planning bill. I don't know. I'm just expressing my concern. Clearly, I think it's a stretch to try and push it in this bill, but that's just me.
Thank you very much for that, because obviously, running the meeting, I haven't had much chance to read it either. And so, so that we'll just delay a decision on this, but it's been a great discussion. Is there any other discussion before we adjourn our meeting today? Anything from all of you? Please communicate with staff and Speaker Summers as he'll, communicate with both of us, but the planning bill will start on his side of the chambers. David, do you have anything else for us before we adjourn or before we go into the legislative session?
Madam Chair, I didn't know if you wanted to address assigning the other bills to their respective houses, but we can certainly take that up after the meeting as well.
I believe we went ahead and said the planning would come to the Senate, and we had a phone conversation about the temporary use coming to the Senate. Yeah, that's what we had planned to do.
Exchange bill comes to the House.
The exchange bill. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
not asking.
We were
can
going to
do that.
send both of them to the Senate, I thought.
Okay.
That's what I was told that the two of you had agreed upon, but it's whatever you would like to do.
Fine with that.
All right, so the other two bills will start in the Senate. The exchange and transfer, or whatever they were called, I don't have them in front of me.
Temporary and exchange.
Yeah, temporary and exchange.
Both of those would be
Yep,
in the Senate?
the Senate.
Okay, so
Senate
the only
files.
one going to the House would be the planning.
Planning,
Perfect.
that's correct. And are there any other housekeeping items from you?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, thank you for all of your hard work in the interim and all of our agencies for all of your hard work and for putting up with us. And so we will see you at the legislative session. Thank you, committee, for all of your work in the interim.